Halo, sampailah.
Juga kamera ini lah kan ya. Bilang kamera itu. Dia andro kamera lagi foto edit.
A very good morning, everybody. Please give me a quick confirmation. Is the audio video clear? Shall I begin? Please use the chat box. Yes, great. So very good morning, new batches, a lot of excitement for you and for me. I'll just quickly begin by introducing myself and then I will introduce the subject to you. and then we will start our discussion. All right. Very good morning, first of all. I am Anushree Agrawal. I am a chartered accountant and a company secretary, and I will be handling the law paper for you all. All right. Now, in today's class, we will be doing a little bit of some basic concepts of law. We will be starting with some simple chapters today. Yes, today is your first class, but we will be doing the subject. We will be starting with the subject. Now, before I go into the chapter, before I go into the syllabus, I would first of all want you all to be aware of how exactly does your paper look like. Now, you are all, I guess most of you are direct entry students who are here right after your graduation, right? Anybody over here who has come from the CA foundation route? Anybody who's done CA foundation, please raise your hand. Oh, many of you. Okay, only 4 of you. 5 of you. So there are some of you who have come from the CA foundation route also. Good. You guys already have a base. But I think most of you, the big, huge majority of you are those who are directly entering the CA stream after graduation, right? So which means your base, some of you might even be from the science background. Any science students over here? Any science? Do we have any science students? Oh, wow. We have some science students also. Great. So some of you might have absolutely no idea about this entire stream. For some of you, it might be very new. For some of you, no, some of you might already be aware about it. Some of you might have learned some law, some accounts in college, or some of you in the CA foundation route. But nevertheless, listen to me. Law is a paper which, whether you have learned it already, whether you have not learned it already, I don't care. I am going to be discussing law with you. I am going to be teaching the concepts with you. I am going to be having discussions with you in law as if you are all first-time learners of law. That is going to be my perspective. That is how I generally do every session, because when we learn from the scratch, when we learn from the very basics, what happens? Our foundation is very strong. And when our foundation is very strong, I can keep building on more and more concepts above it. You will be able to grasp. You understand? So I'm not going to assume that you know law. I'm not going to assume that you even know one thing in law. I'm going to assume you are all a blank slate, and I'm going to start from the very basics in law with you all. So those of you who are science students, those of you who have no clue about law, there is nothing, absolutely nothing for you to worry, because everybody is going to start at the same plane for law, especially in my perspective. Point number 1. Now, point number 2, how does your syllabus look like? Your CA intermediate law syllabus is very, very interesting. This law syllabus has 2 parts to it. Okay, first of all, what is your paper called? It is called Corporate and Other Law. Corporate and Other Law. And it has 2 parts. Your part 1 is all about company law. And this part 1 is asked for 60 marks in the examination. The other part 2, here you will be learning some other laws, and this part will be asked for you all in the examination for 40 marks. Okay, and if you look at the paper pattern will be out of 100 marks, 30 marks you will be getting MCQs, and the balance 70 marks will be pure descriptive, proper descriptive paper. First of all, understand this. Now listen to me. If I say part 1 company law and part 2 other laws, and if I'm not going to tell you anything else, your basic instinct, the first thought in your mind will be to study which part? 90% of students will say that we will study company law first. I don't know why, but students have this sort of, perspective that company law means important. I don't deny. Company law, yes, it is very important. And I'm very sure 90% of you would have said company law to my question. See, let me tell you what is the best way to prepare for this paper. I'm telling you all this on the very first day so that you can plan your entire preparation, keeping all this in your mind. Okay, guys, see, part 1 company law is going to be asked for 60 marks. Company law, I'm sure you would know, it is a never-ending ocean, a wide ocean, a deep ocean. A lot of time it's going to take for us to discuss. A lot of time it's going to take for you to sit and prepare. These other laws, okay, they are going to be asked for 40 marks. In this other laws, if you see, there are 4 chapters. Number 1, you will be learning about some special contracts. Number 2, you will be learning the Negotiable Instruments Act. Number 3, you will be learning the General Clauses Act. And number 4, you will be learning interpretation of statutes. You have 4 chapters, okay? Now, these 4 chapters, if you see, the size is small, number 1. Number 2, these chapters, they are not wide, they are not deep. So, which means you just need to know what is what. In these 4 chapters, even if the examiner wants to complicate the question, he cannot. What are the kind of questions that he is going to ask us? We know very clearly that what is the maximum that the examiner can think and ask. All those questions, all those concepts we will be covering in class. These 4 chapters, I am talking only from the examination perspective right now, okay? These 4 chapters, we will do them first. In our syllabus, we will do these 4 chapters first, only then we will come to company law. There is a reason. You might find this absurd because in most academies, most faculties do company law first and only then they come to other laws. So even students, when they are preparing, what do? Full attention, full focus on company law. Okay, 1 or 2 months before the examination, they will realize, oh, other laws is also there. No, then they will start preparing. That will be too late. This is the biggest mistake that students do. They spend all their time and energy learning company law and they leave other laws for the last. When they do this, what happens is that company law keeps going on and on and on and on. It doesn't even get over. You will think one more day, okay, one more day, okay, one more day. Like that, it will keep going on and on, such a wide ocean. No matter how much you study company law, you will never get, that sort of confidence that, okay, I am done learning. My syllabus is over. That will never happen. You will either have some revision pending, or you will have some concept left to be studied, or there will be some amendment which you will have to revise again. Something or the other will keep going on in company law. But these other laws, they are so simple. 4 small chapters, that's all. So students, what they do is company law, they keep studying. Towards the end of, very close to the examination, they realize, oh, even other laws is a part of syllabus. No, and that is when they open their material for other laws. They just give some reading and they go and sit in the examination. Even company law, they are not thorough. Other laws, they just started learning. They know not even half of the syllabus under other laws. Total messed up. So that is why across my experience of 6 years, I have been telling students to do other laws first and only then come to company law. And trust me, this way of learning is working oh so well. Students have been doing so well in this process of studying other laws first and company law second. Other laws, these 4 chapters, we will do them so well in class that you will finish most of your preparation right here in class. Every possible question from these 4 chapters we will discuss. You will be so thorough in these 40 marks that out of 40, a minimum 35 we can score. Okay, forget about 35. Let us talk about the worst case scenario, 30. If you study other laws properly, other laws is limited to study, and you will be able to study this properly. Follow the tips and tricks I tell you. The other laws part, you will be able to study, you will be able to remember it thoroughly. You will be able to study this part so well, out of 40, a minimum 30 you can score over here. Company law, 60 marks. Even this we will be doing. We will be learning this also equally well. Even if we, talk about the worst case scenario, out of 60, half at least we will somehow get. So we can get a 30 over here. So a 30 in other laws and a 30 in company law put together, how much do we get? 60. Minimum 60 is our aim over here in law. Nothing below that is okay for us. See, gone are the days when students were happy with 40 marks passing. That is not enough today. In law especially, your passing mark in your mind should not be 40. In your mind, the passing mark should be 60. Nothing below a 60 is accepted. You treat it like that, and it is so easy to score this 60. Every time results come, the number of exemptions we get in law paper, exemption means getting more than 60. 60 or more than 60 when you get, it is called exemption. So the number of students who get 60 plus in law, number of my students who get 60 plus in law is so huge. Almost half of the class gets 60 plus. Why? By following this process. Do part 2 first. Be thorough in part 2. Out of these 4 chapters, thoroughly if you study, out of 40, it is very easy to score a minimum 30. 30 also I'm saying in the worst case scenario. If you score a 30 over here, company law, even if you study half and go, even if you write half the paper, 30 somehow you can get. Half of 60 I'm saying. So a total of 60 is very, very easy to score in this paper. You all understand, guys? Yes. So in law, your aim should not be 40. In law, your aim should be a 60 plus. Is this clear? This is point number 2. So point number 1 that I told you was to, yes, somebody has raised their hand. Is there a question? If you have a question, please tell me in the chat box because I did not clear the earlier hands. Okay. So yeah, so first I told you about the paper, the 2 parts. And then I've told, my first point was that we are going to be doing law from the very basics. All right. So nothing for you to bother about that. The second point, the second part of my discussion with you was about how do you study? What is the process? What is the syllabus? What is the sequence in which you're supposed to study? First, other laws, and then we will be studying about Companies Act. So even when I teach you, I'm going to start with other laws. Today, I'm going to start with special contracts only. Then we will do Negotiable Instruments Act. After Negotiable Instruments Act, generally, I prefer to switch to company law a little bit because by then you will be bored of other laws. So after Negotiable Instruments Act, I generally switch to company law for some time, and then I come back to General Clauses Act and interpretation of statutes. Okay, so this was the second point. Now listen to my third point. How to study, how to attend class, some basic rules that I want you to follow in my sessions. Now listen, you tell me, when you were kids, okay, when you were small children, LKG, UKG, do you remember your teacher taught you Baba Black Sheep? Do you remember that rhyme? Do you remember that rhyme even today? Baba Black Sheep, have you any wool? You remember? Now listen. At that time, how did you learn that rhyme? Your teacher kept repeating that rhyme, and even you kept singing along with the teacher. Tell me honestly, did even one of you understand the meaning of that rhyme at that time? No, we had absolutely no idea what that rhyme meant. Teacher repeated, we also repeated along with the teacher. She sang that rhyme every day in the morning, even we sang along with her, and it got registered in our memory. Now imagine, that was something that we kept repeating without even understanding. And today, if I ask you, tell me Baba Black Sheep, some of you might be able to tell me the entire rhyme today also. But if I'm going to ask you today to repeat concepts along with me, but understand and repeat, are you able to imagine for how long those concepts will be in your memory? Baba Black Sheep, without understanding, we repeated. So many times we repeated, it got registered in our memory. Now, if we are going to understand and repeat concepts, are you able to even imagine that how long and how well are you going to remember concepts? Yes, so the most important rule that I want you to follow so that the sessions are as effective as I want them to be, the first and the most important rule I want you to follow is to repeat. Repeat along with me. Had you been sitting face to face in a classroom with me, I would have made sure that each one of you opened your mouths and gave me answers. But we are sitting at the comfort of our home today. Wherever you're sitting, obviously you will not be unmuting yourself and all. Wherever you're sitting, don't be bothered about who is around you. Open your mouth and repeat. Repeat the concepts along with me. Your brain should hear you speak. Your brain should hear those words out of your own mouth. You know, when you do that, when you repeat along with me, 2 to 3 things happen. Number one, the learning happens in class. You start learning the concepts. The words get registered in your memory. And you know what is another thing that happens when you repeat along with me? You will stay awake. Otherwise, what will happen? You will fall asleep. So when you keep repeating along with me, your brain will anyways stay awake. You will be able to pay 100% attention. You understand? So when you repeat along with me, not only will your learning happen, not only will all those words, all those concepts, not only will they get registered in your memory, you will also end up being more attentive in class. Your focus levels will increase. So don't bother. Yes, I know for some of you, it might sound very kiddish. Repeating and all might sound very kiddish for some of you. But trust me, guys, it works wonders. It works wonders. You understand? So please do not forget this one basic rule. Till the end of the syllabus, keep repeating. You will find, you know, when I teach concepts, you will find, why is she saying the same thing again and again? I would be saying the same thing again and again, hoping that even you are repeating along with me. Because when that happens, things get registered in our memory. And our objective is to finish off all the learning in class. You tell me, if you have a 4-hour session with me today, I covered, let's say, some 10 concepts. To finish learning those same 10 concepts, if you need another 4 hours at home to sit and study, then tell me, you attending class, will it make any difference to you? It's unnecessary waste of time then. If you spend 4 hours in class and again if you need 4 hours at home to study the same thing, will it make sense? No. So my objective is going to be to help you finish whatever learning is required in class. Even your objective should be the same. Even your objective should be to learn as much as you can in class. At home, maximum 15 to 20 minutes, revise, story over. All your time at home should be for other papers, for your articleship, to learn other chapters, to learn other papers, to revise law. That is all. Learning will not happen at home after class. Learning should finish in class with me. That is the best method of learning. Finish off the learning in class. When you do that, you will find that you have so much time left at home. You can do past examination question papers. You can do revision of your other papers, revise. You can see the same thing again and again. You understand? So your learning should get over with me in class. All right. Now, one more thing I want you guys to understand. In a professional examination, I don't deny concept is important. Knowing the concept is important. But knowing the concept alone is not enough. You also have to communicate to the examiner that you know the concept. How are you going to communicate this? You have to communicate to the examiner that you know the concept. How are you going to do this? How much time do you get to do this? You get just 3 hours in the examination. In that 3 hours, you have to tell the examiner that I have learned, I am a good student, I have learned, I know the concepts. How do you tell the examiner that? How you write, what you write, that matters. That will tell the examiner. Your presentation matters. What is the kind of language that you're using in the examination? What are the kind of words that you're using in the examination? That matters. When the examiner reads your paper, he should get the vibe that yes, the student knows the concepts. He hasn't just heard it somewhere and he's writing. No, he has learned and he's writing. That is a sort of vibe he should get. How will that happen? Word to word writing answers, tell me, is it even possible? No. Did you see the size of your material? It's huge. That huge a material, 8 papers, is it possible to write word to word in the examination? No. Nobody is expecting you to write word to word. But some key words, some legal language, some technical language you should write in your paper. That is what I mean by communicating the concept. When the examiner reads your paper, he should feel like, yes, the student has learned. He will get that vibe only when he sees keywords, when he sees legal language and technical language in your paper. You do not have to spend any extra time learning those keywords. I told you to repeat concepts along with me. When you repeat concepts along with me, what will happen? Your language and my language will become the same. So in the examination, when you're trying to recall a concept, all that we discussed in class will come to your mind. All the words which I used in class, which you repeated along with me, they're all there in your memory. So all those keywords will automatically flow. Okay, so that is why I say that law, a theory paper, you should be learning law in the same language in which you want to write the paper. You're going to write your examination in English. Even the learning should happen in English. Otherwise what happens in the examination? Already you have less time, only 3 hours, lengthy paper. On top of that, you will need extra time. You will be trying to translate your understanding into English. That translation itself will take so much time. Words will not flow. But when you learn in the language in which you're going to write in the examination, words will flow. You will not have to pause and think, okay, what should I write next? And what to write. You will not have to think. Your hand will just flow. How? Because you've kept repeating along with me. You have been repeating along with me throughout the syllabus in my same language. My keywords and your keywords will become the same by the end of the day. So your language in the examination will automatically become legal language, technical language. You understand? So that is another important thing, that your answer paper should have keywords, and that is possible by again repeating. You understand, guys? Any questions until here for anybody? Anything that you want to ask until here? Any question? Anything that you didn't understand? Anything at all? You got it, right? So please make sure that you are not only clear with the concept, please also make sure that you repeat along with me so that keywords get registered in your memory. You know how examination paper correction happens, especially law, especially theory papers? See, in school, in college, and all, different level of correction, different way of correction. In school and in college, what happens is that examiner looks at your answer paper. Oh, she has written so much. 4-5 pages, she has written one answer. Some 1 or 2 lines examiner will read here. 1 or 2 lines examiner will read there. And then tick, 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 out of 10, 8 marks given. Story over. You go and ask that examiner how 8 marks, she will not be able to give you any answer. But you know how correction happens in CA exam? You know how correction happens in a professional exam? The examination department of the institute sends an answer key, a detailed answer key to every examiner. If you look at that examination key, if you look at that answer key, breakup will be given of each concept, of each answer. For example, if in an answer there are 10 points, those 10 points will be written in the key, and it will be written, if this point is there, give half a mark. If this point is there, give 1.5 mark. If this point is there, give half a mark. If this point is there, give 1 mark. You understand? Like this, a detailed breakup will be given to the examiners. On your institute's website, you will find suggested answers. Suggested answers are nothing but answers to the past examination question paper. In these suggested answers, you will not find all this, because the suggested answer is not the answer key. Understand this. Even CA final students have a confusion in this. I'll repeat what I just said once again. On your institute's website, you will find suggested answers. They are nothing but answers to past examination question papers, but they are not the answer key. Suggested answers are prepared by the board of studies in your institute. The answer key is prepared by the examination department. 2 different departments are involved over here. So no, the suggested answers are not your answer key. Answer key is not shown to the students by the institute. Answer key is sent to every examiner, that's all. In that answer key, the institute gives a breakup like this. Okay, so you know what the examiner will do? The examiner will not read your answer paper and then read the key. No, he will read the key first and he will try to search the key in your answer paper. In the key, this particular point is written. He will try to see where you have written. You've written the pointer, half mark is there. You understand? He will read the key and he will try to find the points in the key in your answer paper. If they are there, you will get marks. If they are not there, you don't get marks. Which means, in simple words, if you write extra points in your answer paper, no marks. Examiner is not even going to read all that. That is why we say answer to the point in the examination. Don't write paras and paras and paras. Don't write essays and essays. Not required. You understand? It is not required. You don't have to write paras and paras in the examination. Write to the point. Write in points. Crisp points, one below the other. Towards the end of your syllabus, I will show some 7 to 8 questions. How do you answer? How do you write the answer? All that we will see later. But for now, because you should know how to write the answers, because you're going to have weekly tests and all. So you should, from the very beginning itself, you should write answers in your tests as if you're writing them in the examination. You understand? So please make sure that you write to the point and make sure you write the answer in points. Don't write paras and paras. Make it easier for the examiner. All right. See, students ask, ma'am, 4 marks question means how many lines we should write? There is no fixed criteria like that. It depends on the question. Depending on the question, whatever is asked, you write down. But just because it is a 4 marks answer, just because you want to make it a half-page answer, don't keep adding lines, connected points, not required. Answer to the point. Is this clear? Yes. So I've told you we'll be going from the very basics. I've told you we'll be doing other laws first, then Companies Act. I have earnestly requested you all to do the Jaren. Can you please stop doing that? It's okay. I know it looks interesting, but I will tell you when to do it. Whenever it is required, whenever I require your drawings, I will let you know. Okay, that time you will draw, not right now. So anyways, coming back to my discussion. So all these points you must have understood. Now just a few more points. Chat box has to be used. Please use the chat box as much as you can. Please keep sending your responses. Even simple questions like, did you understand? You should send a response. I'll tell you something from my own experience. A few days back, as in, let's say some 6 to 7 months back, I was doing this I was doing a post-qualification course. Okay, I was attending a post-qualification course, which institute was conducting. So I had to attend classes as a student for those classes. Now, I'll tell you what happened on the first day, okay? On the first session, for the first 45 to 50 minutes, I was very interested. I was able to listen to the faculty. I was able to enjoy. I was attentive. After 45 minutes, I am sitting there, but then my thoughts are somewhere. Happens with you also. After a certain time, your brain starts going here and there. I mean, you're not able to focus. I wasn't able to enjoy. First day went bad. I mean, class happened. Everything went over my head. I did not, first 45 minutes to 1 hour, I was able to attend. After that, gone only. I have no idea what the faculty said on that day after that 1 hour. I was sitting there, but I was just scribbling in my book. I just wasn't able to pay attention. I was not even interested. But I realized if I do this for all 15 days, how will I write the exam after that? So what I started doing was, from the second day onwards, I started being very interactive in the chat box. Faculty would ask a question, immediately type and send the answer. Talk to other students in the chat box, talking to other students, giving my opinions, giving my ideas. I started communicating very, very actively in the chat box. When I started doing that, I wasn't even able to realize how time flew the second day. The second day, the session was so effective for me that I started feeling after a point as if I was having a one-on-one session with the faculty. It started feeling like that. It started feeling as if the faculty I'm able to see on my laptop is teaching just me. That is the sort of interest I started getting. So please make use of the chat box. Please give answers. Please respond. Because when you do that, you will feel like even you are a part of the class. You will feel that even you are involved. Otherwise, it will feel like, she will come, she will talk for 2 hours and she will go. No, we don't want it to become like that, right? So participate, interact. You have a question, either raise your hand or you write and send me your question. If you think your question is going to be very long, writing and sending will take too much time, you message in the chat box, ma'am, I want to be unmuted. I want to talk to you. So then you can be unmuted. Very good thing, our sessions are happening on Zoom. Very good thing, our sessions are happening on Zoom. That way, as and when you have to be unmuted, you can be unmuted. You just have to tell me. Sessions are happening on Zoom. Even I can ask you questions. I can unmute any one of you and ask you a question and ask you to answer. You understand? So be interactive. See, I'll tell you one simple thing, guys. Your sessions are starting in July now, and they will go on for quite some time. Now you have a choice. You have to study 8 papers. You have 2 choices. You either cry, sit and study, or you study happily. Obviously, which one are you going to choose? You might as well study happily. You anyways have to study. Why cry and study? Enjoy the process. Okay, enjoy the process, have fun. Once you qualify, when you look back at your student days, you should not feel like, oh, my student days were so stressful. No, actual stress will start only when you qualify. So when you look back at your student days, you should feel like, yes, I had fun while I was studying. I enjoyed the process. When you look back at your student days, you should find yourself happily studying. Enjoy the process. You understand? Be active, be interactive. You make full use of the chat box. Just like how you would give me an answer in the class if you were sitting in front of me, give me an answer in the chat box. Whether your writing speed improves or not, I don't know. But your typing speed will definitely improve with the help of this chat box. That I'm very sure. Okay. And one more thing, tell me, where are you guys sitting and watching the lecture? Are you sitting on your dining table? Are you sitting on your study table chair? Are you sitting on your bed? Are you sitting on your sofa? Are you sitting on the floor? Where are you sitting? Where are you sitting and watching the lecture? Study table chair. Okay, all of you say study table. Anybody over here who's sitting on the bed and listening to the lecture? Don't sit on the bed. The bed and the sofa, they are so comfortable, they will make you want to fall asleep. They will invite you to come and fall asleep. Okay, sit on your study table chair, sit on the floor, sit on your terrace, sit on your balcony, sit anywhere else. But please avoid sitting on your sofas and on your beds because they are way too comfortable. Okay, so have basic discipline. See, had you been sitting in class, would you get up every 1 minute to get some water? You're hungry, would you go to the kitchen and grab some snacks? No, right? If you were in class, you would be listening to the lecture in a disciplined manner. Water, stationery, everything you would take everything and sit, right? Same way, when you sit for a class, keep everything ready and sit. You do not have to get up every half an hour, go drink water, go to the washroom, all that. No. You are sitting at home, we know, but then watch the lectures with basic discipline. Okay. And yes, I know you will be getting recordings. I know you will be getting recorded lectures, but please look at recorded lectures only when it is a last resort. Otherwise, please try as much as possible to attend sessions live. These are live sessions. These are not recorded sessions. You will get recordings of the live session, but that should be only your last resort. Only, for example, you had a bad internet, or one particular day you had some emergency, you had to go somewhere. Those days you are relying on the recording, fine. But then don't make it, don't make it as a culture, or don't make it as a habit that you're going to watch recordings. No, please attend the sessions live. Otherwise, what will happen? 1 or 2 days, fine. But after that, the recordings will keep getting accumulated. So if you have to attend a session live, then and there it will get over. If you have to watch as recordings, today you will feel, no, I'm lazy, let me sleep for some time. Another day you will say, oh, match is India Sri Lanka match, I'll go watch that recording, I'll watch tomorrow. That way recordings will keep getting accumulated. Don't let that happen. Okay, try attending sessions as much as you can. Try attending live. Only when it is unavoidable, rely on recordings. All right, the entire preparation that we are going to do, the entire studying that we are going to do, we are going to prepare assuming that we are going to get the worst examination question paper. Worst examination question paper, as in we are going to assume that we are going to get the most difficult question paper. With that in our mind, we are going to prepare. Okay, because when we prepare in that manner, then no matter how difficult the question paper, we will be able to handle. See, I learned this from my 12th standard accounts teacher. You know what she used to do? She used to make us work out in 12th standard accounts questions from CA Foundation, from CA Inter and all. We used to laugh at her that why is she making us, work out all those questions in 12th standard. By making us work out those questions, she prepared us for questions that were so difficult that when we saw the final board exam question paper, we saw each question was so easy. You understand? When you prepare for something which is even more difficult, then no matter what question is asked in the examination, you will be able to handle. So keeping that in mind, our entire syllabus we will discuss. We will discuss as if the examination question paper is going to be very difficult. From whichever part the examiner may ask us a question, we should be able to answer. With that objective, we will be doing our preparation. Okay, are you clear with this? And then after this, just one last point before I get into the syllabus, before I get into the first chapter. Now, I want all of you to have an aim. See, all of you have the dream right now of becoming a chartered accountant, of becoming a qualified professional. If you're having a dream, you might as well dream big. Don't aim for just passing. Please aim for a rank. From the very beginning, please put in effort to get a rank. There is nothing that can decorate your resume as well as a rank can decorate. You understand? And there is nothing that can give your parents that much happiness than what a rank can give you. I'm going to tell you my personal story now, just 2 to 3 minutes. Please don't judge me by that story. I'm just telling you this so that you can, build that aim for yourself, but please don't judge me. See, listen, when I was doing my CA and my CS together, okay? In CA, I tried my best to get a rank, but I wasn't able to get a rank. Along with CA Inter, I did CS Executive, CS Inter. CA Inter, I couldn't get a rank, but CS Inter, I got the 5th rank. CA Final I did after that. In that again, I wrote both the groups together. I passed them in the first attempt. I passed my entire CA in the first attempt, but I wasn't able to get a rank at any of the levels. But I realized in CS, it was comparatively easier to get a rank. So CS Inter, I got a rank, and then I finished my CA Final, and next was CS Final. After I finished CA Final, I spent some 5 to 6 months to prepare for CS Final. At that time, my friends used to laugh at me. They were like, Anushree, what is wrong with you? You finished your CA, no? Now go find a job and start working. Why are you wasting time learning for CS and all? What will that CS degree do for you? You have the CA qualification. Now go get a job and start working. But for me, that desire for a rank was still there. So the only reason why I, did my CS was to get that first rank. I just wanted that rank number 1. CS, if you look at the kind of papers in CS, okay, they're all theory papers, some 7 to 8 papers, and out of 7 to 8 papers, you will find 5 to 6 law. Very dry. I would, pick a book to start studying, and then, friends are saying, why not working? So many distractions and all. After a particular point, I started feeling, is it even worth it? Should I even do this? Then what I did one fine day, I wrote that number 1. I wanted the rank number 1, right? So I wrote number 1 on I wrote number 1 on the wall in front of me. Like I had my study table here. In front of the study table, I had a wall. So I wrote number 1. Obviously, my mother wouldn't let me write on the wall. So I wrote it on a piece of paper, and I stuck that paper on that wall in front of me. So whenever I would lose hope, whenever I would feel demotivated, that number 1 on my wall, that would give me a sense of purpose. That would give me a purpose, that would give me a reason that why am I doing it? You understand? And that desire for a rank helped me do my CS finals so well. Okay, I didn't get the first rank, but I ended up with the 4th rank. And that 4th rank, the way it decorates my CV, whenever I send my resume anywhere, that rank number 4, when they see on my CV, it makes such a huge impact on the interviewer. See, when my parents got their first car, they were happy. When they built their first house, they were happy. When they got my sister married, they were happy. But that kind of happiness which I saw on their face when they realized I got that 4th rank, okay, that happiness, guys, I've never seen on their life before that, and I've never seen that happiness on their life after that. Your parents deserve that sort of happiness. You understand? So please work for it from the very beginning. They deserve it all. Do it for yourself and do it for them. From number 1 to number 50, choose any number. You have 50 ranks. 50 ranks you get in CA. So choose which rank number do you want. But I want you all to aim for a rank. Whenever I talk about this, students say, ma'am, rank and all. No, don't want. I pass, that itself will be one big thing for me. That itself will make my parents happy. Why don't you want a rank? Are the people who get a rank, are they different species? No, even they are human beings. What differentiates them from the others? Amount of hard work that they put in, right? Why are we scared of putting in hard work? If we don't work hard now, when are we going to work hard then? And we are working hard for ourselves only, isn't it? So how much ever effort you have to put in, you will have days, you will have some Sundays when your other friends are nicely out chilling, going for movies, and you will be sitting at home and studying. Do not worry. Every ounce of hard work you put in, you will be rewarded in multiple times. Do you understand? It will be so worth it at the end. Just close your eyes for a moment and imagine, you putting your roll number on the day of results. You're pressing the enter button and there the result says pass with a rank. Are you able to, feel that happiness? Yes, you deserve that happiness. Please work towards it. If you're dreaming, you might as well dream big. Don't settle for just passing. From the very beginning, you should aim for a rank. From the very beginning, you should work towards that aim for a rank. Okay, write down somewhere that you want a rank and let that number inspire you to work hard. Let that number make you work hard. Let that rank give you a purpose to work hard. Okay, do this for yourself, do this for your parents. They deserve all the happiness in the world. They do so much for you. And I think this much you can do for them. You understand? So with all this in our mind, with a desire to work hard, with a desire to get a rank, and at the same time, a thought in our minds that we will do it happily, we will enjoy the entire process. With all this in our mind, let us start the very first concept for today. Shall we begin? Are we all ready? Are we ready to give it our all? Are you with me in this? Yes? Very good. Come on, let's begin. I'm going to be starting the first chapter for you all, which is special contracts. Okay. Now, let me tell you a little bit about this chapter. Your law, first of all, how is a law made? First of all, the government realizes that we need a law, that we need a new act. It all begins with a realization that an existing law has to be improved or a new law has to be brought in. It all begins with that realization. Then the government sets up an expert committee. Okay, the government sets up an expert committee. That expert committee will do research and all. On the basis of all that research, they will come up with some draft law. They'll come up with a draft. What does the word draft indicate to you? Draft means it is not final, just a rough copy. Okay. Then that draft law will be published by the government for the information of the public. We will all read that draft. If we want to make any suggestions, we will make those suggestions to the government. And looking at all our suggestions, reading all our opinions and all, finally, they will come up with the final copy. That will be called as the bill. The bill will be passed in both the houses of the parliament. Which are the two houses in our parliament? We have two houses in our parliament, right? What are they? Number one, we have the Lok Sabha, and number two, we have the Rajya Sabha, right? Lok Sabha, which is called the lower house, and Rajya Sabha, which is called the upper house. So the bill will be passed in both houses of the parliament. Once it is passed in both the houses of the parliament, it will go to the president for his assent, for his signature. Once the president also gives us his signature, then it becomes a law. So it all begins with a draft. That draft law is published for the information of the public. On the basis of this draft law, the public gives us their opinion. The public gives the government their ideas, their suggestions. On the basis of all this, the government finally makes a final copy of the law, which is called the bill. This bill is introduced into both houses of the parliament, into the Lok Sabha and the Rajya Sabha. Lok Sabha is also called the lower house. Rajya Sabha is also called the upper house. So the bill is introduced in both the houses. Once it is passed in both the houses, the bill will be sent to the president. The bill will be sent to the president, and the president has to give his assent to the bill. This word assent, you should remember. You should not say that the president accepts the bill. You should not use the word approval also. There is a certain word that we use for certain topics. Here you should use the word assent. Please don't replace it with words like approval and acceptance and all. The president will give his assent. Okay, in simple words, the president will put his sign. Once the bill gets the president's assent, what does it become? Once the bill gets the president's assent, it becomes an act. Once it becomes an act, it becomes the law of the land. Once it becomes an act, it becomes a law which you, me, everybody, we now have to follow. In just a brief overview, I've told you how is a law created. So just like that, we have a law called the Indian Contract Act 1872. This Indian Contract Act 1872 tells us that how are we supposed to enter into a contract. You go to a stationery shop and you buy a pen. That itself is a contract. Even complicated agreements, for example, you are buying land or you're selling a piece of land, even they are contracts. If you want to enter into a contract with another person, what are the rules and regulations that you're supposed to follow? All that is written in this Indian Contract Act. Who can enter into a contract? With whom you can enter into a contract? What is the process? What are all the conditions? All that is written in this Indian Contract Act. If you look at this Indian Contract Act long back when it was made in 1872, at that time, this Indian Contract Act had 4 parts. Okay, part 1 of the Indian Contract Act was all about basic concepts. Basic concepts as in those of you who have done CA Foundation, whatever you have learned under Contract Act and CA Foundation, that was basic concepts. Offer, acceptance, consideration, all that comes under the first part, basic concepts. How do you enter into a contract? What if you don't perform the contract? How will we punish you? All that comes under the first part. Okay, in the second part, rules and regulations relating to sale of goods were written. If you're going to sell goods, if you're going to enter into a contract to sell goods, then rules and regulations relating to that were written in part 2. In part 3, the Contract Act spoke about some special contracts. For example, it spoke about the indemnity contract. We will learn all this. It spoke about indemnity contract. It spoke about guarantee contract. It spoke about bailment contracts. It spoke about pledge, and it spoke about agency. These are the 5 special contracts it explains in part 3. And in part 4, the Indian Contract Act gave the rules and regulations relating to partnership. If you want to enter into a partnership, what are the rules and regulations you should follow? That was given in part 4. Then what happened is, in 1930, the rules and regulations relating to sale of goods was removed from Contract Act, and a new act, Sale of Goods Act 1930, was created. Then in 1932, the rules and regulations relating to partnership were removed from Contract Act, and a new act called the Indian Partnership Act 1932 was created. So today, if you look at the Indian Contract Act, there are only 2 parts in it. The first part and the third part. The first part, which talks about basic concepts, and the third part, which talks about 5 special contracts. Okay, now whatever is given in the first part is actually a part of the CA Foundation syllabus. And whatever is there in the third part, this is a part of your CA Inter syllabus. Now, we will not be discussing part 1. We will be focusing only on part 3 because it is only this that is a part of your syllabus. Those of you who haven't learned Contract Act ever before, at this stage, you don't have anything to worry. Yes, you may not know the basic concepts, but it is okay. These 5 special contracts you can learn even without even knowing the basic concepts. Yes, some basic concepts here and there are discussed even in part 3. But do not worry, wherever basic concepts understanding is required, I will explain them to you at the relevant places. Okay, so whether you remember learning the basic concepts, whether you don't remember, whether you haven't even learned, whether you have learned, I'm not bothered. Irrespective of whether you know this or not, we will straight away start with the special contracts. As and when we come across points which require your knowledge of part 1, in all those places, I will explain the relevant points to you. Okay, fine. So stay convinced. We will start off with the special contracts now, one by one. Totally 5 special contracts you will be learning about. You will be learning about the contract of indemnity, the contract of guarantee, the contract of bailment, the contract of pledge, and the contract of agency. Okay, now before I start the first indemnity contract, I remember seeing a question in the chat box. Long back, somebody had asked, where is that question? Wait. Somebody had asked whether you should be here. Najia had asked which note should I use? Should I use a ruled book? Yes, it is preferable that you use a ruled book. Anju, I'll come to your question also. Give me a minute. You should be using a ruled book preferably because your answer paper, which you get in the examination, will be a ruled answer paper. But please do not use diaries. Okay, because in diaries the lines are too close to each other, so you will end up changing your handwriting through diaries. Please do not use diaries. Please use ruled notebooks. Point number 1. Point number 2, Anju is asking us, do we need to maintain a note while you take the class? I was just about to answer that. You see this notebook, right, where I'm writing everything, this screen in front of you. This, after every class, I will be converting into a PDF and I will be sending it to you all. Okay, I will be creating a Telegram group for you all either today or maximum by tomorrow morning. I will create a Telegram group for you all and I will send Linta, the batch coordinator, the link to that channel. Okay, so either you can contact me. This is my number. Either you can contact me on this number and get the link, or Lenta, I'll ask her also to send it in. I think you guys will already be having a Telegram group. So I'll ask her also to send it to you all, or you can message me and directly get it from me, anything, whatever works. This is my number. So in that Telegram group, every day after the class, I will be sending you all this PDF. Okay. So in case you think that, writing along with me, because of that, you are missing on concepts. If you feel, then don't write. You anyways have this this PDF with you. The PDF of this notebook you anyways have with you. But if you are able to write running notes, then please do write, because that way even your writing speed will improve. Okay, so there are going to be some places, here and there, where I'm going to, ask you to write down, where I'm going to call out things and make you write down, that you anyways write down. But whatever is there in this notebook that I'm going to write over here, this also I will be sending you. Okay, so do not worry about that. I sent Linta the notes yesterday. I hope you guys have received them. The PDF of the chapters. I sent her the other laws part first. Okay, so I hope you guys would have received that. That is a summary. That is not entirety. That is a summary. So you will have to supplement. So you have two options. Generally, students, I give I know many of you will be messaging this to me today or tomorrow to ask me how to study. You generally have two options. You don't have to look at your institute study material. It is not required. You can trust me, because the notes which I have sent you, they are in the same language. The language style is same like institute's language. Okay, so you don't have to worry about that. You don't have to look at ICAI study material. You have two options. Either you can learn the combination of your class running notes, these notes which I'm going to send you, the notebook, and the summary notes which you already have. Either you can study this combination or you can get my book. So you have two options. You don't have to look at ICAI's study material. Okay, so you can rely on your running notes and the notes which I have sent you. Both combined, you can follow. Okay, so the notes, these notes, I will be creating a Telegram group after your class. I'll create, and one of you message me. I'll send you all the link, or I'll send Linta the link. Okay, or you could get my book, whatever works for you. All right, so now shall I start the discussion on special contracts? Okay, first of all, I'm going to start for you all the very first contract, which is the indemnity contract. What is this and how does this work? Listen to me. Just one moment. Listen to me. This word indemnity, it means to make good the loss. Indemnity means to make good the loss or reimburse or compensate. I'll give you one basic example. Let us say I went to an insurance company and I got a vehicle insurance policy from them. So there is a contract over here between two people, me and the insurance company. We have a vehicle insurance contract. As per this vehicle insurance contract, the insurance company is promising me that in case something happens to my vehicle, any damage, any accident, anything happens to my vehicle, they will make good the loss. They will indemnify me in case something happens to my vehicle. Let us say I have a neighbor, a very naughty boy. What that guy did was, he was playing hockey one day and he is so naughty, he took that hockey stick and he came and banged that hockey stick against the windshield of my car. The entire glass broke and now my car needs repair. What will I do? I will go to the mechanic, I will get the windshield replaced. He will charge me for replacing the windshield, which means I'll incur a loss. I'll have to pay for the repair. Instead, what will I do? I will straight away go to the insurance company. I will give the insurance company the bill. See, the neighbor's boy, he hit the windshield of my car. The windshield broke. I had to go and get it repaired. 50,000 rupees I spent. What will insurance company do? They will give me 50,000 rupees. They will give me a reimbursement of the loss which I incurred. They will compensate me for the loss which I incurred. They will indemnify me for the loss which I incurred. This is an indemnity contract. In an indemnity contract, one person suffers a loss and the other person promises that person that don't worry. In case you incur a loss, you tell me, I will indemnify the loss for you. I will compensate the loss for you. I will reimburse the loss for you. You understand? The person who incurs the loss, who incurred the loss in my example? I incurred the loss. The person who incurs the loss is called the indemnified or the indemnity holder. The person who indemnifies the loss, the person who compensates the other party, the insurance company in my example is called the indemnifier. You understand? So very simple. In an indemnity contract, one person promises the other person that if you suffer a loss, don't worry, I will reimburse you, I will compensate you, I will indemnify you for that loss. This is a basic indemnity contract, and insurance contracts are the best examples of indemnity contracts. Okay, and Krishna, I'll come to your questions. I'll just come to all your questions in some time. Let me just finish a little bit more. So in an indemnity contract, look at the definition of indemnity contract. Let me show you the definition. Look at what the law says. One party promises to save the other from loss caused to him by the conduct of the promiser or any other person. What is an indemnity contract? One party promises to save the other from loss caused to him by the conduct of the promiser or any other person. Is this clear? Shall we see this once again? You wouldn't have understood the definition. It's okay. Just read it along with me once again. One party promises to save the other. In my example, insurance company promised to save me from loss caused to me, loss which I incur, that the insurance company will save me. The loss I should have incurred because of the promiser or because of any other person. One party promises to save the other from loss caused to him by the conduct of the promiser or any other person. Now you listen to me. The insurance company is promising me that if I incur a loss, they will save me from the loss. They will indemnify my loss. Tell me, who is the promiser over here? Is it the insurance company or is it me? Who do you think will be the promiser? Insurance company is promising me that if I incur a loss, they will indemnify. So who is the promiser? The insurance company becomes the promiser. The person who promises is called the promiser. The person to whom the promise is given, me, I will be called the promisee. The person who promises is called the promiser, and the person to whom the promise is given is called the promisee. So the insurance company promises me that if I incur a loss, then they will indemnify the loss for me. They will make good the loss for me. Okay, so now listen to me. The loss which I am incurring could be because of the promiser or because of any other person. Why did I incur the loss? I might have incurred the loss because of something that the insurance company did, or I might have incurred a loss because of some other person. Insurance contracts are examples of indemnity contracts. Listen to me. Whatever example I give to you under indemnity will be an insurance example. But please understand that with the help of insurance example, we are trying to understand indemnity. We are not learning insurance. Insurance is something which is governed by Insurance Act. We are not trying to understand how insurance works. Today, if you see, insurance policies are very creative. We are not learning insurance. We are learning indemnity contracts. To understand indemnity contracts, we are taking the help of insurance example. I'm telling you this beforehand because otherwise you will start thinking more about insurance and less about indemnity. I remember facing this problem with one batch long back. All their questions started coming about insurance. We are not learning insurance. We are learning about indemnity. Insurance is only the basic insurance example. What is a basic insurance example? That vehicle insurance example I gave you, that is like one basic insurance contract. Today, if you see, insurance contracts are very complicated, very creative. We are not talking about all that. The basic insurance contract, use that to understand indemnity contract. In indemnity contract, one person incurs a loss. The other person promises that person that don't worry, I will make good the loss for you. You may incur the loss because of the promiser or because of any other person. This part I will be explaining to you in detail in a while. Now, all those of you who have questions, don't send me questions in between because your questions will get lost in between so many messages in the chat box. Please keep your questions pending. Or if you have a question, wait, is there a Q&A box over here? Have they enabled it? No, they haven't enabled a Q&A box anyways. So in case you have any question, please keep your questions pending. Once I open the floor for questions, once I tell you, yes, now send me your questions, then you send me. Otherwise, what happens is your questions will get lost in between so many answers. Okay, so now I was explaining to you about this part. Listen to me. First of all, we will learn the definition of indemnity contracts. So in your notebooks, first of all, write down the definition. Give the heading indemnity contracts. Give the heading in your notebooks. Indemnity contract first. Okay. Under that, write down the subheading. Definition. Under definition, write down one party promises to save another. One party promises to save another from loss caused to him by the conduct of promiser or any other person. By the conduct of promiser or any other person. One party promises to save another from loss caused to him by the conduct of promiser or any other person. Okay, now listen, coming to the next point. Here, the best example of indemnity I told you was insurance. One party promises to save the other. Insurance company promises to save me from a loss which I incur. I might incur the loss because of the insurance company, or I may incur the loss because of any other person. That loss which I'm incurring, the insurance company will make good that loss for me. They will compensate that loss for me. That is an indemnity contract. Repeat the definition. We have to learn up the definition right now. One party promises to save another from loss caused to him by the conduct of promiser or any other person. Once again, repeat out loud. One party promises to save another from loss caused to him by the conduct of promisor or any other person. One last time. Come on, tell me. What exactly is the meaning of indemnity contracts? What is the definition of indemnity contracts? One party promises to save another from loss caused to him by the conduct of promisor or any other person. In your memory, will you be able to tell me without seeing now? Come on, repeat. One party promises to save the other from loss caused to him by the conduct of the promisor or any other person. Now listen, if you look at a vehicle insurance contract, okay, something happens to my vehicle. Some loss is incurred on my vehicle. Whatever loss is incurred, insurance company reimburses that loss. Okay, then when I look at a medical insurance contract, in medical insurance contract, what happens? If I fall sick, I'll have to pay medical bill. The loss in medical insurance contract is not the loss of health. The loss in medical insurance contract is the medical bill which I have to pay. That medical bill which I have to pay in the hospital, that becomes my loss. That loss is a medical bill, and that bill they will reimburse for me. Medical insurance contract. Okay, so if you see a vehicle insurance contract, something happens to my vehicle, they reimburse. Medical insurance contract, if you see, I have to pay hospital bill, that the insurance company will reimburse. Now tell me, in life insurance contract, what is the loss that we are talking about? In a life insurance contract, what is the loss that we are talking about? The loss in a life insurance contract is the loss of life. Okay, when there is a loss of life in a life insurance contract, insurance company gives us money. Is life insurance contract an indemnity contract? What do you think? Will this be an indemnity contract? Vehicle insurance, medical insurance, they are both indemnity contracts. But life insurance, will this be an indemnity contract? No. Life insurance contract is never an indemnity contract. But why? Because in life insurance contract, the loss is loss of life. Now, in an indemnity contract, I incur a loss and you make good the loss. In life insurance contract, loss of life, insurance company is giving money. No matter how much money the insurance company gives me, this loss of life can never be compensated, isn't it? That is why a life insurance contract is not an indemnity contract, because here the loss is such that no matter how much money the insurance company gives us, this loss can never ever be compensated. So remember, this may be asked even in your MCQs, that every insurance contract may be an indemnity contract, but a life insurance contract will never ever be an indemnity contract, because here the loss is loss of life, and this loss of life cannot be compensated. Okay, so definition we learned that one party promises to save another from loss caused to him by the conduct of the promisor or any other person. Then we learned that generally insurance contracts are examples of indemnity contracts, but life insurance contracts are not indemnity contracts, because here the loss is loss of life, and this loss cannot be compensated. Okay, one more example of indemnity contract, which is given in your study material, which is given in many places. Wherever they talk about indemnity contracts, two examples they talk about. Any private author you see, any person you see, any book you see, wherever indemnity contracts are given, two examples will be given. Two standard examples you have. One is insurance And the other example is relating to share certificate. See, if a shareholder loses his share certificate, okay, he can come to the company and he can request the company to give him a duplicate share certificate. But the company will give him a duplicate share certificate only if this shareholder gives to the company an indemnity bond. Basically, the company will give a duplicate share certificate to the shareholder only if the shareholder can promise the company that in case the company later suffers any loss because of this duplicate share certificate, then the shareholder will make good the loss. What if the original share certificate, what if this one reaches some wrong person? What if he does some fraud, cheats the company incurs a loss? Company will have a fear. So company will say, I'll give you a duplicate share certificate, but before that, what do I want from you? An indemnity bond. So the shareholder will have to give an indemnity bond to the company saying, company, don't worry. In case you suffer any loss because of this duplicate share certificate, then do not worry. I will compensate that loss for you. I will indemnify the loss for you. I will reimburse the loss for you. So even over here, again, between the shareholder and the company, there is an indemnity contract. Okay, the person who promises to indemnify, the shareholder, the person who's going to indemnify, what do we call him? The indemnifier. The person who suffers a loss, the person who's going to be compensated, we call him the indemnified, or we call him the indemnity holder. Is this clear? Got it? So this is another example of indemnity. Did you all understand this example, guys? Yes. So this is it about the discussion on the second example. I will explain this example to you once again because very often students don't grasp this example very easily. Insurance example, one time itself, they will understand. But the second concept, for some of you, there might still be some doubt. Listen to me. The shareholder has lost his certificate. Shareholder is coming to the company and saying, I see, and by the way, you know what? All this share certificate drama, which I'm showing you over here, today's age, if you see, it won't even happen. Because today's age, no physical share certificates. Today, everything is DMAT. Everything is electronic form. Isn't it? So today's age, all this is not even relevant. But earlier, when we used to have physical share certificate, at that time, this problem used to arise. The company gave me a share certificate. Imagine this is a share certificate. And I lost this share certificate. I don't know where this is gone. Now I come to the company. I request the company, please give me a duplicate share certificate. I'll even pay you for that. Now the company will be scared because if this original share certificate reaches some fraudulent person, he might misuse the share certificate. He might, he might tell the company that the share certificate belongs to him. He might get money from some person. A lot of frauds are possible with a share certificate. That is why we are supposed to keep the share certificate carefully. But I lost the share certificate. Somebody else may find it, and that somebody may misuse the share certificate. Company will be scared. So company will give a condition. I'll give you a duplicate share certificate, but I want an indemnity bond, which means I want to enter into an indemnity contract with you. Company will put a condition before the shareholder. Shareholder, I'll give you a duplicate share certificate, but you have to promise me that in case I suffer a loss because somebody else finds the original share certificate, if I suffer a loss, that loss you only will have to reimburse. Later, this original share certificate somebody else finds, he does some fraud, he cheats the company loses money, what will the company do? Company will come to the shareholder. The shareholder will have to reimburse that loss to the company. Okay, this example does not have any practical use anymore, and that is why today's age it has become a little irrelevant. But because this is a standard example of indemnity, we cannot, we cannot skip this example. The person who bears the loss, no Akila, the person who bears the loss is the indemnified. Who bears the loss over here? Because of the original share certificate, because somebody else finds the original share certificate, company might incur a loss. That loss, shareholder will reimburse. The person who reimburses the loss is called the indemnifier. In my example, the insurance company reimburses the loss. So we called the insurance company the indemnifier. In this example, the shareholder is going to reimburse the company. Shareholder is going to compensate the company. So shareholder will be the indemnifier. The person who incurs the loss, the company will become the indemnified. In my earlier example, my vehicle got damaged. I suffered a loss. So insurance company indemnified me. I became the indemnified or the indemnity holder. Now does everybody have crystal clear clarity? Now are you all clear? Yes. So remember, the person who indemnifies the loss is called the indemnifier. And the person who compensates the loss, who reimburses the loss, who makes good the loss, he is called the indemnifier. No, I think I said the ulta. The person who makes good the loss, the person who reimburses the loss is called the indemnifier. Person who incurs the loss is called the indemnified. The indemnified is also called the indemnity holder. Okay, I was waiting for somebody to ask that question. Akila has asked us that question. She's asking us, but ma'am, shareholder only lost the share certificate. I was waiting for somebody to say that. Yes, Akila, it is the shareholder who has lost the share certificate. But is that the loss that is being indemnified over here? No. This share certificate is lost, it's okay. Company is giving a duplicate share certificate. But company is worried about the future. In the future, somebody may find this original share certificate. Shareholder has lost it. Somebody else may find it. That somebody may do some fraud, may cheat the company, and company will incur loss in the future. Company may incur loss in the future. That loss which the company may incur, that is being indemnified by the shareholder. That is the loss we are talking about in this indemnity contract. Did you understand now, Akila? This loss is not being indemnified. This loss can simply be replaced by a duplicate share certificate. But the problem over here is somebody else may find the original share certificate. Because of that somebody else, he has share certificate in his hands, he may cheat the company. Company may incur, company hasn't incurred yet. We are thinking future company may incur. That loss shareholder is promising, don't worry company. Future, if you incur loss, I will indemnify. So who is incurring loss in the future? Company. So company becomes the indemnified, shareholder becomes indemnifier. Akila, did you understand this now? Please let me know. Are you clear with this now, Akila? Is she here or has she gone? She's here only. Okay, I'll assume that she understood. So this is about your third concept under indemnity contract relating to the share certificate example. Okay, now listen to my next point. See, they say that all indemnity contracts, they actually have the nature of contingent contracts. Indemnity contracts, they have a nature of contingent contracts. Now, what are contingent contracts? Contingent contracts, some of you already may know. Some of you may know the meaning of contingent contracts already, those of you who have done your CA foundation. But for many of you, it might be a new concept, so I'll explain it from scratch. But wait, before I go to that, Akila is back again. She says, what is the compensation the shareholder gives to the company? See, right now, the shareholder is just giving a promise. Later, when the company incurs the loss, that loss amount the shareholder will compensate. Okay, today company hasn't incurred any loss. So today shareholder won't give any compensation. Today shareholder will only give one promise. Company, I promise, later if you incur a loss, I will indemnify the loss. Later, whenever the company incurs the loss, at that time, whatever loss the company incurs, that loss the shareholder will compensate. Are we clear now, Akila? Yes. Got it now? Fine. Now listen. So I was talking to you about contingent contracts. Now these contingent contracts means what? Contingent means they depend upon the future. It may happen, it may not happen. In the future, company may incur loss, may not incur loss. In the future, insurance policy I have taken, isn't it? In the future, my vehicle may incur a loss, may not incur a loss. These are called contingent contracts. Contingent contracts are those contracts which depend upon a future event which may happen, may not happen. Now you tell me, in indemnity contract, who has liability? Who has liability? Is it the insurance company who has liability, or is it I who has liability? Is it the indemnifier who has liability, or is it the indemnified who has liability? It is the insurance company. It is the indemnifier who has liability. Later, future, I may incur a loss, may not incur a loss. If I incur a loss, then they will have a liability to make good the loss for me. Which means, do you agree with me that if nothing happens to my vehicle ever, then they will not have liability? Do you agree with me? Do you agree with me that if my vehicle is safe, if nothing happens to my vehicle, then insurance company will never have to pay me any compensation. They will never have any liability, isn't it? That is what this fourth point means. The insurance company, whether they will have liability or not, depends upon whether I incur a loss in the future or not. In this example over here, in the share certificate example which I had given you over here, the shareholder, whether he will have to compensate the company or not, depends upon whether the company incurs a loss. Akila, tell me now, if the company doesn't incur a loss, will the shareholder still have to reimburse? If company doesn't incur a loss, will the shareholder still have to reimburse, Akila? No. No, isn't it? Now are you all understanding? It all depends upon the future. In the future, are you incurring a loss or not? If you do incur a loss in the future, then you will have a liability. If you don't incur a loss in the future, you will not have a liability. That is why we say all indemnity contracts are contingent contracts. They all depend upon the future. They all depend upon loss being incurred in the future. Only if loss is incurred, you will have a liability. If you don't incur a loss, you will not have any liability. Okay, so they are all contingent contracts. Contingent contracts means depends on future event. What is a future event we are talking about over here? Loss. Future, you may have loss, you may not have loss. Only if you have loss, I have to compensate you. Otherwise, I don't have to compensate you. Okay, so this is about, one moment. Yeah, so this is about the contingency part. Now look at this example of mine over here. Yes, Mohammed Hadi, you're right. In case of missing share certificate, liability will be on the shareholder. You're right. Now look at the example over here. Mr. Red over here told Green, go and kidnap Blue. Red is asking Green to go and kidnap Blue. Green says, what if I get caught? Red says, don't worry. If you get caught, if you suffer any loss, I will indemnify you. So Red is giving one assurance to Green, I will protect you. You go and kidnap Blue. If something happens to you, if the police catches you, if they ask you to pay some fine and all, I will indemnify you. With that assurance, Green gets confidence. He goes and kidnaps Blue. Later, the police catch Green and they ask him to pay 10 lakh rupees fine. Okay, Green pays 10 lakh rupees, comes running to Red and asks for indemnity. You understood? See, first of all, between Green and Red, there is an indemnity contract. Who is the indemnifier? Red is promising to save Green. Red becomes the indemnifier. And Green is the one who may suffer a loss. Green becomes the indemnified. Isn't it? Red is the indemnifier and Green is the indemnified. So Red is telling Green, if you suffer a loss, I will make good the loss. Now Green has suffered 10 lakh rupees loss. Red is supposed to reimburse. Red says, sorry, I will not reimburse. The question is, should Red reimburse the loss? Should Red indemnify the loss? What do you think? Should Red indemnify the loss, or is it fine that Red has refused to indemnify? Red need not reimburse the loss. Why not? See, because the whole objective of this contract was to kidnap Blue. The whole objective of this contract was to kidnap Blue, which is an illegal objective. Whenever the motive of your contract is to do something illegal, then the whole contract itself becomes void. The whole contract itself becomes invalid. So between Red and Green, the objective is to kidnap Blue. The contract, the objective is to kidnap Blue. So it is an illegal contract. It is an invalid contract. So the contract between Red and Green is an invalid contract. Hence, Red need not indemnify Green. This indicates to us that to be a valid indemnity contract, the objective of the contract should not be anything illegal or immoral. It should not be against the law. Here they were trying to do something which is against the law. Hence, their contract itself is illegal. Their contract itself is invalid. Hence, Red does not have to reimburse the loss. The contract itself is invalid. Okay, so remember, in an indemnity contract, also the objective of the contract should be legal. The objective should not be illegal. If the objective is illegal, the contract becomes void or the contract becomes invalid. Even between Red and Green, same thing happened. Their contract became invalid. Because their contract became invalid, Red does not have to reimburse the loss and all, not required. Okay, and after all this, coming to the last part of indemnity contract. What is the indemnifier's liability? This is the most important part of the indemnity contract. We first learned the definition. Remember the definition? one party promises to save the other from loss caused to him by the conduct of the promiser or any other person. Then we learned that insurance contracts are examples of indemnity contracts, but not life insurance contracts. Then we saw the share certificate example. Then we said indemnity contracts are contingent in nature because they depend upon future loss, which may happen, may not happen. And then finally, we learned that if the objective of the indemnity contract is to do something illegal, then it becomes an invalid contract. Okay. And the last concept under indemnity, the most important concept, is about indemnifier's liability. This is the most important concept. This is the concept which they ask 90% in the examination. If they want to ask a question from indemnity, 90% the question will be indemnifier's liability. That is how important it is. But before I take this concept, I'll give you a small break. It is 12 o'clock. Take a small 15 minutes break. Come back by 12:15. At sharp 12:15, we will resume again. And 12:15, we will resume and we'll go on till 2. We'll finish indemnity and we'll start the next contract. Okay. So you take a small break, refresh yourselves, and then come back. We'll begin again at 12:15. All right. Thank you, guys. Shall we resume, guys? Do you all have another session today after my class? Is anything scheduled? No, right? So I was telling you about indemnifier's liability. I told you how it is important from the examination's perspective. Now listen to me. Let me explain the concept to you first over here, and then I'll give you a summary in the notebook. Don't write anything, just listen to me. When does the indemnifier's liability begin? First of all, you tell me, who is this indemnifier? Who is this indemnifier? I'm going to wait for your response. First of all, tell me, who is the indemnifier? Is he the person who incurs the loss, or is he the person who makes good the loss? Very good. Rishu Irfana has given me the perfect answer. The person who compensates the loss, the person who makes good the loss. Very good. So that indemnifier, obviously you will agree with me that his liability begins only when the other party suffers a loss. You agree with me? Insurance company's liability begins only when my vehicle suffers a loss. Shareholders' liability begins only when the company suffers a loss, isn't it? So for the indemnifier to be liable, first of all, the indemnified must suffer a loss. To indemnify means to compensate or to make good the loss. So which means loss should exist. Only if there is a loss, the indemnifier's liability comes into existence. Now, do you remember the definition of indemnity? What was the definition? One party promises to save the other from loss caused to him by the conduct of promisor or any other person. So why am I incurring the loss? What does the definition say? Because of the promisor or because of any other person. I'll give you one example. Now let us say, let's take the same vehicle insurance example. I'm going to same vehicle insurance contract. Some 3 to 4 scenarios I'm going to tell you. See, listen, in my first scenario, what happened is I took the insurance policy from an agent. Okay, the insurance agent was my neighbor only. Vehicle insurance policy I took. Now what happened is that in that neighbor, his son was a naughty boy. That son came and punctured my car. He hit the windshield of my car. My car needed repair. I incurred a loss because of whom? Because of that agent, because of that agent's son. So I incurred a loss because of the promisor. If I incur a loss because of the promisor, because of the insurance company or because of the insurance agent, they will compensate the loss for me. They will indemnify my loss. They will make good my loss. Okay. In another scenario, what happened is I was driving this car and I was going very carefully. I was driving very carefully. I also have a driving license. I was driving the car and going. Suddenly, the car in front of me, sudden brake, the driver put. Because of that, my car went and banged into that car. The bonnet of my car got fully destroyed. My car suffered a loss. Because of whom did my car suffer the loss? My car suffered a loss because of any other person, because of that person in front of me. Isn't it? There, what happened? There again, the insurance company is going to reimburse the loss. They are going to compensate the loss. In my third scenario, what happened is again my car suffered a loss. This time, you know why the car suffered a loss? Because I itself did not know how to drive. Without knowing how to drive, I took the car and went. This time the car suffered a loss because of whom? Because of me, myself. That insurance company will not indemnify. That they will not compensate. If I suffer a loss because of my own self, because of my own conduct, by the conduct of the promisee. Who is the promisee? The indemnified is the promisee. See, remember, don't get confused. The indemnifier is also called the promisor. The indemnified becomes the promisee. Mohammed, I'll come to your question. One moment. So in my first example, what happened? The insurance agent, his son damaged my car. So there I incurred a loss because of the insurance agent as good as because of the insurance company. Agent and the company, agent binds the company by what he does. So because of the insurance, that example, you can either say I incurred a loss because of the insurance agent, or if you want to do a strict interpretation of law, you can also say that I suffered a loss because of any other person. As long as I did not suffer the loss because of my own self, the loss will be compensated. I may incur the loss either because of the promisor or I may incur the loss because of any other person. Now, let us say I took an insurance policy from Mr. A. Okay, Mr. A gave me an insurance policy. He said he will indemnify me. So, Mr. A becomes the indemnifier. I become the indemnified. Okay, now by mistake, Mr. A, his car banged into my car. So, I suffered a loss because of whom? Because of Mr. A. So, this loss he will compensate. Because of the indemnifier, if I incur a loss, because of the promisor, if I incur a loss, that loss will be indemnified by the indemnifier. Mohammed, is this clear? Yes, you were asking for an example how the promisor becomes the cause of the loss. Here in this example, Mr. A was the indemnifier. He banged into my car. Because of him, I incurred a loss. So this loss, he is going to reimburse. Similarly, I may incur a loss because of some other person also. In my example where the person who was driving in front of me, that car, suddenly they stopped, sudden brake, because of which my car went and banged into their car. My car suffered a loss, but it was not my mistake. It was that fellow's mistake. So I incurred a loss because of that other person. Insurance company will reimburse the loss. But I myself, very angry one day, did not know what to do with so much anger getting inbuilt. So I took one hockey stick and went and banged my own car. Car damaged. Tell me, will insurance company give me compensation? No. Why not? Because this time I incurred a loss because of my own self. I myself damaged my car. I don't know how to drive and still I'm driving without driving license. Obviously, there will be an accident. Obviously, my car will get damaged. So if the loss is because of my own self, insurance company will not reimburse the loss. You understand? So the loss should be because of the promisor or the loss should be because of any other person. The loss should not be because of the promisee himself. Listen to my last example, a very interesting example. This time what happened is, again, I had taken a vehicle insurance policy. I had taken my car on a long drive. Okay, I went towards the, let's say I went into the outskirts of Kochi. I drove and went to the outskirts of Kochi, and there I saw one stall where tender coconut was being sold. Okay, so I got tempted. I parked my car under one tree, and then I crossed the road and went to the stall to get one tender coconut. I wanted to drink coconut water. Suddenly, one huge sound, one very loud sound came. I turned back to see what happened, and what happened was I had parked my car under a coconut tree, okay, and that one coconut fell from that tree on my car. My car's windshield broke because from top with such a speed, such a force, that coconut fell on my car, the glass broke. Why did I incur this loss? I incurred this loss because it was very windy that day. It was very, very windy. It felt like storm is going to come. So because of a natural calamity, because of an act of God, I incurred the loss. The insurance company is not going to compensate it for me. You're understanding it. You can call it an indemnity contract. You can ask the indemnifier to compensate me only if I'm incurring the loss because of the promisor, or if I'm incurring the loss because of another person. If I'm incurring the loss because of my own self, or if the loss is because of an accident, or if the loss is because of an act of God in my example, because of a natural calamity. Now, do you remember long back when tsunami came, do you remember the kind of videos they used to show in the TV? Do you remember that video wherein they'll show a lot of cars were taken into the sea? Do you remember seeing that video where when the wave went back, along with the wave, along with cars also floated into the sea? Do you remember seeing that video? Tsunami video. So there, so many cars would have gotten destroyed. Will insurance company give money for all that? No. Why not? Because there again the loss happened. Why? Because of an act of God. Because of a natural calamity, the loss happened. When I say accident over here, the accident should be without anybody's mistake. The accident should not be because of anybody's mistake. Then, because of the accident, if I incurred a loss, you cannot ask the insurance company for money. See, vehicle insurance contract, if I take, and if the accident is because of another person who's driving on the road, you will say because of conduct of any other person, insurance company will give you money. If the accident happened without anybody's if the accident happened without anybody's fault, on the road, one big piece of stone was there, or let us say, oh, you were driving and going, okay, and then suddenly, as you were driving in full speed, you realized that there is that a cow is trying to cross the road. So to save the cow, you took a left turn and then you went and banged into somebody. Your car suffered a damage. Was the loss because of some person? Was the loss because of the insurance company? No. Was the loss because of any other person? No. Was it the loss? Did you incur the loss because of your own self? No. It was an accident. The cow came in between and we wanted to save the cow, didn't have any other option, suddenly took a left turn. So if it was because of an accident, something which was not within our control, it was not because of a particular person, in those losses, the insurance company will not indemnify. Insurance company will not reimburse. You are understanding? The insurance company will reimburse, the indemnifier will reimburse only if I incur a loss, first of all. And secondly, I should have incurred the loss because of whom? Either because of the promisor, or I should have incurred the loss because of any other person. I should not be incurring the loss because of the promisee. I should not be incurring the loss because of an accident or because of an act of God. Okay, now again, Janish is giving us a very good question. Janish is telling us, where did his question go here? But wasn't there flood-based insurance schemes on vehicles? That is what I'm telling you, Janish. Something I told you even in the beginning. We are learning indemnity with the help of insurance. We are not learning insurance. Yes, there are some insurance contracts which cover even natural calamities. In fact, you have natural calamity insurance itself. All those I'm not talking about. They will not be indemnity contracts. I'm talking about a basic insurance contract. In a very simple insurance contract, if you see, natural calamity and all will not be covered. You may have some insurance contracts which cover natural calamities, but they will not be indemnity contracts. Because indemnity contract, the loss should be either because of the promisor or because of any other person. It should not be because of the promisee. It should not be because of an accident. It should not be because of an act of God. Understood? Are you clear, Janish? Did you understand? Then Sneha is asking us another good question. Instead of that cow, if it was because of a man, will it also be considered as an accident? See, more than this, it will depend upon each scenario. It will depend on case-to-case basis. If it was some other man who was crossing the road, then you'll have to go deeper into the case. You'll have to see, why was he crossing the road over there? Was he crossing the road with an intention to distract other drivers? If he was crossing the road with an intention to distract us, then you may say that I incurred a loss because of him. He had no intention to cause a loss to me. Okay, but still he was crossing the road. If he's crossing the road, he should look this side and that side and cross. He was being careless, and without looking left and right, he started crossing. Here again, I would have incurred a loss because of him. You understand, Sneha? So you'll have to go deeper into the case. You'll have to see what exactly happened. That would also depend upon how good your lawyer is, how well is he able to fight your case. In the Contract Act is clear. Contract Act says you must have incurred the loss because of promisor or because of any other person. You should not have incurred the loss because of your own self. You should not have incurred a loss because of an act of God. Act of God means natural calamity. Act of God is also called as vis major. If you see vis major in your question paper, don't wonder what it is. Vis major is nothing but something which is beyond your control, an act of God. Vis major, force major, they all cover accident, they all cover natural calamities. Accident over here, even that coconut example, I can say accident. Even that I can call it an accident. Here, when I say accidents, I'm referring to those accidents which are not because of a particular person. I'll give you one more example. I took a fire insurance contract. Okay, I took a fire insurance contract on my house. And suddenly, there was a fire because of a short circuit. There was a fire because of a short circuit. The short circuit was not because of somebody. Nobody came and did something to my electric meter. By itself, there was a short circuit because of high voltage. Tell me, will the insurance company indemnify the loss for me? If it is a basic indemnity contract, basic insurance contract. Will the insurance company reimburse my loss? No. Because that fire was because of an accident. It was because of a short circuit, not because of another person. It did not happen because of a person. You understand? So that will depend on case-to-case basis. But what the law says, did you understand? To indemnify means to compensate or to make good the loss. So first of all, there should be a loss. Loss means that you should, in the future, you should have incurred a loss either because of the promisor or because of any other person. But you shouldn't have incurred a loss because of your own self. You shouldn't have incurred a loss because of an accident which was beyond anybody's control. You shouldn't have incurred a loss because of an act of God. Only for those losses, only for these two losses, indemnifier will be liable. Okay, now listen. Any doubts until here? And now I'll, before I go to the remaining discussion, I'll pause for a moment. If anybody has a question, please get those questions clarified. And see, wait, let us have one simple rule, okay? Whenever you click on the raise hand button, click on it only when you want to ask a doubt, okay? When you want to unmute yourself or when you want to say that you finished writing, that is when raise your hand. Don't raise your hand otherwise. So whenever you raise your hand, it should either mean that you want to unmute yourself and talk, or if you're raising your hand, it should mean that, you know, you're finished, you're done writing. Otherwise, please don't raise, otherwise it becomes confusing. Okay, so right now I'll pause for a minute. Those of you who had questions earlier, send your questions now. If most of your questions which you were having earlier, by now they would have gotten solved. If still there are any questions, without even hesitating, one by one, please start sending them in the chat box. Or if you think that, you know, you want to get yourself unmuted and talk, then raise your hand. No questions? There we have a question from Richu. She says, ma'am, in an insurance contract, the person who takes the policy have to pay premium to the insurance company, right? Yes, that is because of the Insurance Act. That is an insurance contract where the indemnified pays premium. So generally, there is a consideration in a contract. Generally, if I'm going to give you something, in return, you are going to give me something in return. So if the insurance company is giving me a promise that they will reimburse the loss for me, that they will make good the loss for me, then in return, I may have to give them some consideration. That consideration I will give them in the form of what? Premium. So yes, there are chances where the insurance company asks us for consideration. Many a times, if you notice, even in my share certificate example, okay, I am giving company a promise. Company, if you suffer a loss later because of duplicate share certificate, shareholder is giving a promise that company, don't worry, I will indemnify you. In return, what is a shareholder getting? Duplicate share certificate. So there will always be something in return, isn't it? If whose question was this? Richu. Richu, have you done CA Foundation, or is this the first time you're learning law? Is this the first time you're learning Indian Contract Act, Richu? If you have learned Contract Act already, you must have learned about consideration. For discussion for everybody, listen to me, everybody. Whenever you enter into a contract, there must be consideration. This consideration discussion is something which I had left pending to be discussed under guarantee. But now that question has come up, let us discuss about it now itself. Whenever I enter into a contract with you, you have to give me something, I have to give you something. I go to a mechanic to get my car repaired. I will give him 1,000 rupees. He will repair the car for me. Right. So what is my consideration? What am I getting in return? Repair of the car. That becomes my consideration. What is his consideration? What is he getting from me? 1,000 rupees. That is his consideration. So consideration is what are you getting in return? In every contract, there must be consideration. In every contract, each party must be getting something or the other from the other party. You understand? So for example, now in insurance contract, what am I getting in return from the insurance company? A promise that later if I suffer a loss, they will reimburse the loss for me. What is insurance company getting from me? They are getting from me premium. So it's a typical contract wherein both parties get consideration. Okay, so Rich, if you're a BCom graduate, even in BCom, I think in your second or third semester, you must have learned about Contract Act. So even there, Richu, you must have learned about consideration and all, isn't it? So yes, here there will be some consideration. There has to be some consideration, only then the contract is valid. If there is no consideration, there is no contract only. So between indemnifier and indemnified also, there will be some consideration or the other. Insurance, in insurance, if you see, the consideration will be premium. Share certificate example, if you see, consideration is duplicate share certificate. Okay, any other questions? Did I miss any question? No, only two of you had sent me, Janish and Sneha. No, those were old questions. Now if I see, okay, this was the only question. Any other question? Everybody else is clear? Shall we go to the next concept? One last concept I have under indemnity contract. Okay, let us finish that. Then I'll give you a quick revision. Then we'll write down some notes. And then we will go to the next contract. Okay, look at this. Do you see this point number 8 over here? Rights of indemnity holder. Who is the indemnity holder, by the way? Indemnity holder is the person who is suffering the loss. Isn't it? The person who suffers the loss, he is called the indemnity holder. What is his other name? We have one more name for indemnity holder. Indemnified. Even he is called as indemnity holder. So now this indemnity holder or indemnified, what are his rights? I am showing you 3 rights over here. These 3 rights, they are not exhaustive rights. This means what? It means that these 3 points which are written over here, they are just 3 examples of his rights. He may have more rights also. This is not an exhaustive list. This is not a complete list. These are just 3 examples of rights which an indemnity holder has. Okay, right number 1. He has the right to recover damages which he had to pay in any suit. He has the right to recover all costs which he had to pay in bringing or defending the suit. All sums which he paid under the terms of any compromise of the suit. These 3 points may sound like Greek and Latin right now. We may not understand them right now, but listen to me. Let me try to explain it to you. Number 1, right to recover damages which he had to pay in any suit. Suit over here means case. Okay, if a person files a case against me and if I have to pay him some penalty, damages means penalty. If I have to pay him some penalty, okay, then I have the right to recover this penalty from the indemnifier. Let me give you one example to help you understand this point. So what are we learning right now? We are learning about the rights of the indemnified, or we are learning the rights of the indemnity holder. The first right is that I can recover damages which I have to pay in a suit. I'll give you one example. Listen to me. Let me take a story. I went to a particular dealer in plant and machinery. He deals in plant and machinery. Okay. I entered into a contract with him. What contract? I want a plant and machinery, but I don't have money to buy the plant and machinery. So I told him that I will take the plant and machinery from you on rent. So he leased out, he gave me a plant and machinery on rent, and I am going to give him higher charges. Okay, I had some doubts about him because I have heard a little bit that, this guy keeps plant and machinery which don't even belong to him. I heard some news that, this particular dealer in plant and machinery, he has stolen plant and machinery and all. But I had no choice. I went to him, but I told him my fear. I told him there's a lot of news in the market that, you are dealing with stolen plant and machinery and all. Later, I don't want any problem. You tell me, should I take from you or not? Do you have stolen plant and machinery, or is it your own plant and machinery? He gives me confidence. He says, no, ma'am, mine is not stolen plant and machinery. It is all my own plant and machinery only. But I'm still not able to trust him. To convince me to enter into a contract with him, he gives me an indemnity. So me and the dealer, we enter into 2 contracts. One contract is that he is going to give the plant and machinery to me on hire, and I am going to pay him higher charges. Also, he is also giving me an indemnity. He is promising me that in case I suffer any loss because of this plant and machinery, then he will reimburse the loss for me. In other words, when I say that in case I incur a loss because of plant and machinery, what it means is that he is telling me, in case somebody else comes and claims that this plant and machinery is theirs. That is only my fear. No, my fear is that this plant and machinery does not belong to the dealer. He may have stolen the plant and machinery. So what if the true owner, the real owner of the plant and machinery files a case against me because I am using his plant and machinery? That is only my fear. So he is indemnifying me against that. This dealer, he promises me that in case some other person comes to me and tells me that this is their property, and if I get into a legal battle and all, he will indemnify me. He gives me a guarantee. This itself gives me some sort of confidence, and I take the plant and machinery from him. Later, what happens is, when I use the plant and machinery, some person, Mr. A comes and he says he only is a real owner of the property. Okay, now I did not know that he has stolen the plant and machinery. I had my doubt earlier, but I had gotten it confirmed from him, and he had clearly told me this is not stolen plant and machinery. To give me confidence, he had even given me indemnity. But then now Mr. A is coming and he is saying he is a real owner. He is filing a case against me because right now I am using his plant and machinery. I go to the court. I tell the court, listen, this is not mine. I had taken it on rent from the dealer. All that I show the court, I convince the court. The court says fine. But because I was using his plant and machinery for all these days, the court asks me to give him 5,000 rupees. Fine. To end the legal case, I give him 5,000 rupees and I give him the plant and machinery. The court concludes that the plant and machinery belongs to him only, Mr. A only. I have no choice. I give the plant and machinery. Court also asks me to pay a penalty of 5,000 rupees. Now, what about this 5,000 rupees? This dealer, he will have to indemnify me. I have a right to recover from him any damages which I may incur in a suit. The real owner filed a case against me because of which I had to incur damages. Those damages, the indemnifier will have to make good. So I have the right to recover from the indemnifier the damages which I have paid in a case. Is this example clear? I gave you a detailed example so that you can remember it. Later, whenever you read this example will come to your mind. You understood here, this dealer had clearly given me a promise that in case somebody else comes and files a case against me, then whatever loss I incur under that case, he will indemnify me. So now if that true owner is filing a case against me and I have to pay penalty under that case, that penalty I will recover from him. So point number 1, my first right, I have the right to recover damages which I may pay in a suit. Okay, now I'll extend the similar example itself to help you understand the third right. The second right is simple. The second right is nothing but whatever costs I may incur in defending the suit. Same example itself I will take to continue with the second and third right also. To defend the suit, the true owner is filing a case against me. The person who files the case is called the plaintiff. The person against whom the case is filed is called the defendant. Mr. A, the true owner, is filing a case against me. He will be called the plaintiff and I will be called the defendant. Now, to defend the case, even I'll have to hire a lawyer. Even I will have to pay court fees. Yes, Mohammed, perfect. Even I will have to pay court fees. Even I will have to pay lawyer fees, advocate fees and all. All that also I will recover from whom? From the indemnifier. If I happen to incur any expense in defending the case, even that I will get recovered from the indemnifier. Third right, instead of taking this case to the court, the true owner and I, we decide to go to the arbitration council instead. Have you guys heard of the arbitration council? Yes, see, when you take a case to the court, number 1, it's expensive. Number 2, you know about Indian courts. The case goes on for years and years and years. So a lot of money also gets spent, a lot of time also gets spent if you go to a court. A faster and cheaper option is going to the arbitration council. In the only difference is that if you go to the court will decide this person is right, this person is wrong. If you go to the arbitration council will not decide who is right, who is wrong. Instead, the arbitration council will try to settle the case. Basically, arbitration council will try to make these two people friends again. They will make these two people compromise, settle, and close the case. You also lose something, you also lose something. You also gain something, you also gain something. Both the parties will lose something, gain something. In arbitration council, they will not decide who is right, who is wrong. That is not even the story. If you go to an arbitration council, it just means that you want to settle and close the dispute. Even true owner will pay something, even I will pay something. Okay, so instead of going to the court, if we go to an arbitration council so that we can reach a compromise. Compromise means settlement. So that we can reach a compromise or a settlement. For this compromise or settlement, if I have to pay any sum, even that sum I can get reimbursed from the indemnifier. Now understood? Yes, so as an indemnified, I have 3 rights. Now shall we read and see if we understand? Everybody read the 3 rights along with me now. Come on. What are the 3 rights? All damages which he had to pay in any suit. All costs which he had to pay in bringing or defending the suit. All sums which he paid under the terms of any compromise of the suit. Right? Now come on guys, open your mouths, repeat along with me everybody. What is the first point? All damages which he had to pay in any suit. My first example, I had to pay penalty to Mr. A, remember? Yes, that is the first point over here. My second point, all costs which I had to pay in bringing or defending the suit. Advocate, lawyer expense, lawyer fees, even court fees I had to pay. That example. Third point, instead of taking the case to the court, we took the case where? To the arbitration council. Why? So that we could reach a compromise, so that we could reach some settlement. For that compromise, for that settlement, I am paying some sum. All these 3, I have the right to recover. Please understand, please remember that these 3 points are not an exhaustive list. They are just 3 examples. Over and above these, indemnified may have other rights also. Yes, Anju, arbitration council is a legal body. In fact, you have the Arbitration and Conciliation Act, which has set up the arbitration council. It is like settling the matter within the court, but outside the court. Within the court, because you're still going to a person who has authority. But instead of going to the main court, you're settling the matter outside itself with the arbitration council. It is a recognized body. It is a legal body. It is set up under the Arbitration and Conciliation Act. The Arbitration and Conciliation Act gives us a detailed set of rules and regulations. How should this compromise happen? How should this arbitration happen? How should the settlement happen? When can the court interfere? You have detailed set of rules and regulations. Okay, guys, with this, we are done with our learning on indemnity. All clear about indemnity? Can we have a revision? Yes, before I go to the revision, in case anybody has a question relating to the rights, please get them clarified. Any questions relating to the rights? 3 rights. Damages which he had to pay in a suit, costs which he had to pay in bringing or defending the suit, sums which he had to pay in the terms of any compromise of the suit. All right, now we have to learn the 3 points before we go to the revision. We are going to learn them up right now. What are your 3 keywords? Damages, costs, sums. DCS. Damages, costs, sums. Damages which you had to pay in any suit. Costs which he had to pay in bringing or defending the suit. Repeat the first 2 points again. Damages which he had to pay in any suit. Costs which he had to pay in bringing or defending any suit. Third point, sums which he had to pay under compromise of the suit. One last time, damages which he had to pay in any suit. Costs which he had to pay in 2 things, bringing or defending the suit. Third point, sums which he had to pay under compromise of the suit. Clear? 3 points. Yes. Now one quick revision. Come on, define indemnity. Quick. What is indemnity? Shall we ask some students? Anand Krishnan is asking to whom, wait, where did the question go? Here, Anand Krishnan is asking to whom the compromise amount is being paid. That will depend on case to case. Sometimes you have to pay it to the arbitration council. Sometimes you will have to pay it to the other party. That will depend from case to case. Then Mohammed is asking us, can we explain these examples in our own words in exam? In exam, no writing examples. You should not explain a concept with examples in the exam. You should if they ask you about the rights, you will just write these 3 points. You don't have to explain the points with the help of examples. Always give examples in the examination. Only if the examiner asks, explain with the help of an example. Then you put the example, doesn't matter. But otherwise, if the examiner doesn't ask you for an example, never waste your time in example. Because when you write an example, answer size will become big. But what did I tell you? Does the examiner read all that? He only tries to search the key in your answer paper. In the key, will the example be written? No. So if you write in the answer paper, unnecessary waste of time. Okay, so no writing examples. The examples I'm giving you only for your understanding. Examples I'm giving you because in the examination, you may have a case study based question. So if you have a case study based question and if it is similar to the example we discussed, you will be able to connect. That is the reason. Okay, so let's have a quick revision now. Let us ask some students to unmute. Lakshmi Satish, could you please unmute yourself? Can you quickly define indemnity for me, please?
Contract of indemnity means for a person promises to save the other from the losses caused to him by the act of one person or the promisee himself or any other person.
Last part you messed up. Because of the conduct of promisor or any other person. The loss should not be because of promisee himself. The loss should be because of promisor or any other person. Right? So what is indemnity, guys? One person promises to save another from the loss caused to him by the conduct of promisor or any other person. Okay. Now, Akhila, can you please unmute yourself? Akhila, can you please tell me about the indemnifier's liability? When is the indemnifier liable? First of all, there must be a loss.
Yes.
Existence of loss is essential. Tell me, loss should be because of whom and whom?
Loss. Sorry, can you please repeat?
The loss I've incurred should be because of whom and whom?
Because of the promisor
or
because of any other party.
Perfect. That's all. You know it. The loss should be either because of the promisor or any other person. Now tell me, Akhila, the loss should not be because of what and what?
Should not be because of any accident or ourselves or the promisee himself.
Perfect. That's all. The loss should not be because of promisee himself. The loss should not be because of an accident. And what was the word that she missed? Loss should not be because of an act of God. Perfect. That's all. You understand? So when they ask you about indemnifier's liability, you should first say that there must be a loss. Existence of loss is essential. And then you should say that this loss should be because of promisor or any other person, but the loss should not be because of promisee himself, should not be because of an accident, should not be because of an act of God. Understood? Fine. Now let us go to the next student. Mohammed Hashim, can you please unmute yourself?
Okay.
Now, could you please tell me that why do we say that indemnity contracts are contingent contracts?
It cause of
In your own
cause
words.
of whether,
Yeah.
okay. Because of whether a particular loss happen, it is indemnified by the indemnifier. If loss not happen, it's not been solved.
Perfect, that's all. So you call it a contingent contract because whether the indemnifier should indemnify or not depends on what? Loss. Loss may happen, may not happen. In the future, loss may happen, may not happen. That is why we say that indemnity contracts are contingent contracts, because they are contingent. Contingent means dependent. They are dependent on what? Future event. Which future event?
Future.
Loss. Loss which may incur, may not incur. Perfect, guys. So all of you seem to be clear? Yes? Everybody is clear with indemnity contract? Shall I close indemnity contract here? Shall I just give you some quick notes on this? And shall I close it? Any questions if you have? Send me in the chat box, okay? I'll just start giving you all the notes by then. Definition of indemnity you have already written down. And apart from this, I also want you guys to write down in your notebooks about the indemnifier's liability. I know it is there in your notes. I know it is there in the PDF which you guys have. But still, I want you guys to write it down because this is a very important concept. And when we write down something, it stays in our memory for a longer time, right? So with that objective, we are all going to write down. Okay. So in your notebook, write down indemnifier's liability. Okay. Under this, please write down as I call out. To indemnify means to compensate or to make good the loss. To compensate or to make good the loss. Then write down, therefore, existence of loss is essential. Existence of loss is essential. Then write down, indemnifier will be liable. Indemnifier will be liable when the indemnified suffers a loss. When the indemnified suffers a loss because of number one, promisor, and number two, what? Any other person. Okay, then write down indemnifier will not be liable. Will not be liable if the indemnified suffers a loss because of number 1, promisee, number 2, dash or act of dash, fill in your blanks, because of accident or act of God. Right? Then what you do is circle the words act of God, bring an arrow below, and what is it also called? Vis major. This vis major is just for your understanding. Just in case they decide to confuse you in the examination with this word, you should know what it means, just for that. Otherwise, don't write it down in your examination. Don't write this down. This is only for your understanding. Whenever you guys have the first test, in that test, one of the questions will definitely be indemnifier's liability, telling you now itself. When that question is asked, you just have to write these 4 points. It will be a 4 marks question. Okay, so please make sure you're thorough with this question. All right, now before I close indemnity, I have just one more question which I want to ask another student. Before I ask the question, does anybody want to volunteer? Anybody who thinks they will be able to answer? Hubel, answers should be written in points in the examination, not paragraphs. Okay, anybody would like to volunteer? Nobody? Okay, let's ask a particular student. Gokul, can you please unmute yourself, Gokul? Are you here? Gokul, okay, there are 2 Gokuls. Any of the Gokuls? Gokul Krishna. Could you please unmute? Quick. Could you please tell us, let us see how well you remember. Remember the last discussion we had, indemnified's rights. 3 rights we learnt of the indemnity holder. We said not exhaustive rights. Yes, I told you one hint also to remember. DCS.
Yes, DCS.
Tell me, what are the 3 words? DCS. What are those 3 words?
Damage.
Then D for damage, C for
Damage.
damage, costs,
Cost.
and S for sums.
Yes,
Right? Damages, costs, and sums. Guys, this is important. So damages which he had to pay in any suit. Costs which he had to pay for 2 things. What are the 2 things? Cost which he had to pay for?
Defendant.
Defending was one. Other was bringing. Bringing or defending the suit. And S was for sums which you had to pay for what? Compromise. Compromise of the suit. Remember arbitration?
Arbitration.
So sums which he had to pay under compromise of the suit. So even this we will write down because important. So in your notebooks, write down rights of indemnity holder. In brackets, write down indemnified. Okay, and please write down the points one by one. The first, right, I'm going to give you a lot of blanks. Fill in the blanks. Okay, first point, all dash which he had to pay in any suit. All what? All damages. Then second, write down all dash which he had to pay in dash or dash the suit. Very good. All costs which he had to pay in bringing or defending the suit. Perfect answer. Last point. All dash which he had to pay under dash of any suit. Perfect answers, guys. Very good. All sums which he had to pay under compromise of any suit. If you remember these words, these are your keywords. If you remember these words and around them, you will be able to build your own sentence. Right? So damages which he had to pay in any suit, cost which he had to pay in bringing or defending the suit, sums which he had to pay under compromise of any suit. All right. So with this, we are done with our discussion on indemnity, which was our first special contract. Our important discussions over here were the definition, then the indemnifier's liability and the indemnified's rights. I hope until here you are all thorough with the discussion. Until here, whatever we have learned, this was the easiest special contract. This was the smallest special contract. The rest of the special contracts are going to be lengthy ones. Don't start thinking even the rest will be this small. This was the smallest and the simplest. Whenever you get a doubt in indemnity, think about insurance. Think about that example. Most of your doubts will automatically get clarified. I hope all your doubts are all clear. All right, let us start the second special contract now. We are going to be learning about the guarantee contract. This is a very interesting contract. This is something which you will also be able to relate with. So I'll give you one basic example, okay? Just like how I told you that, indemnity, think from the insurance example perspective. Same way, for guarantee, most of the scenarios, most of the concepts, I will be teaching you with this one example. Listen to my example. The bank is giving a loan to a company. Okay, but the bank is scared. Will the company repay the loan? Will the company not repay the loan? The bank is scared. Generally, in such cases, to get some sort of assurance, the bank will ask the company to give some asset as security. As collateral, bank will ask company for some asset. But the bank has one more choice also. The bank can ask some director of the company to give a guarantee to the bank. In a guarantee contract, the director of the company gives a guarantee to the banker that banker, don't worry, you give loan to the company. I am guaranteeing you, company will repay. If the company does not repay, don't worry, you come to me, I will repay. This is a guarantee contract. You understood? It is actually somebody else's liability. Whose liability is it? It is the company's liability. And director, somebody else is promising about it. The director is promising the banker, without worrying, you give loan to the company. Company will repay. In case the company does not repay, don't worry, you come to me, I will repay. I am giving you this guarantee. So when the director gives the banker this guarantee, the banker will get some sort of confidence and banker will give loan to the company. The due date, banker will go to whom and ask for repayment? Company. If the company does not repay the loan, Then what will the banker do? Then the banker will go to the director. Okay, then the banker will go to the director and director will have to make the payment on the loan. This is how a basic guarantee contract works. The person who gives the guarantee, the director, he is called the surety. The person to whom the guarantee is given, the banker, he is called the creditor. And the person whose liability, the person whose performance is being guaranteed, the director is promising to the banker, don't worry, company will perform. Company will pay you the loan back. The person whose performance we are guaranteeing, that person will be called the principal debtor. So we have three people in our story. The surety, the person who gives the guarantee, the banker, the creditor, to whom the guarantee is given, and the principal debtor, whose performance is being guaranteed. Now, don't you think the director is taking such a huge risk on his head? He won't even be able to sleep in the night. He will be scared all the time. Okay, in one mood, I went and gave guarantee to the bank. But what if the company actually doesn't repay? Full liability will come on me. Don't you think director is taking such a big risk over here? Generally, I'm not saying always, I'm saying generally, for this risk, the company pays him a guarantee commission. Because he's taking this risk. See, if the director had not taken this risk, would the banker have given loan to the company? No. So because the director took this risk, banker got confidence and banker gave loan to the company. So because of the director's risk, company is benefiting. Company is getting loan from the banker. So that is why in this scenario, generally, the company will give the director a guarantee commission. Understood? Yes. So generally, not always. This is only sometimes, generally, but not always. So three people in every guarantee contract. You have the person who is giving the guarantee, who is called the surety. You have the banker to whom the guarantee is given, the creditor. And you have the person whose performance is being guaranteed, the company. All right. Now let us see. There's a question from Mohammed Hadik. If company loses to pay the loan, he will become liable. Yes. If the company does not pay the loan later on, the banker will come to whom? The banker will come to the director only. So yes, you're perfectly right, Mohammed. In case the company refuses to pay, in case the company defaults, the surety only will have to pay. So in every contract of guarantee, there are three people, the surety, the creditor, and the principal debtor. Okay, now listen to me. Shall we learn the definition of guarantee? Yes, write down in your notebooks first, write down the definition and then I will explain it to you. Give the heading guarantee contract. Minu is asking, what if the surety also loses? So Minu, you mean what if the surety also doesn't pay? Bank will file a case, that's all. If surety also doesn't pay, we'll have to file a case only, what else to do? Okay, so the bank will file a case against the director. Any other questions? Anand Krishnan is asking us a question. If the director also fails to pay the amount, will he be the only one suffering the consequences? See, that will depend upon the banker. If the banker wants, he can sue the company. If the banker wants, he can sue the director. If the banker wants, he can sue both also, director and the company. But the director also will be liable. You understand? So it depends upon the banker. Whom is the banker suing? If the banker wants, he can sue the director. But if the banker sues the director, then later the director will recover money from the company. That is a concept I will discuss with you later. So just to answer the case, just to answer Anand Krishnan's question, if director also fails to pay, then who will suffer consequences? Either the director may suffer the consequences or company may suffer the consequences or both. Depends upon the banker. Okay. Then Navina is asking us, is it the director of the company? See, director is just in my example. Surety is not necessary that, only if guarantee doesn't mean it has to be only an arrangement like this. It can be any arrangement. For example, let us say that Minu is borrowing a loan from Navina and I am giving guarantee. Any person is possible. In my example, the director will generally be the company's director only. Okay, but doesn't mean, don't think that guarantee contract means just this example only will happen. Many examples can come under guarantee. That I will discuss. Other examples I will discuss with you as I go concept after concept. Okay, this is just one basic example. Yes, in this example, director will be director of the company. Okay, then going to the next question. Wait. There's another question. Minu is asking, file case against whom? File case against, like I've already answered that question, Minu. Case will be filed either against a director or against the company or both. Then Mohammed Hadiq is asking, I heard about auditor's report will become a surety. I didn't understand this question. Auditor sometimes does give guarantee. Auditor sometimes gives guarantee on the client. That will depend upon the contract between the auditor and the client. Then Rajalakshmi is asking us, in this guarantee contract, company must pay guarantee commission to director. Yes, Rajalakshmi, company will pay guarantee commission, but it is not mandatory. It is not like company has to pay guarantee commission. That will depend upon the contract between the company and the director. Law doesn't say that company has to pay guarantee commission. Okay, this is just something which generally happens in practical scenarios. That is why I told you about guarantee commission. Otherwise, it is not like you have to pay guarantee commission. Law doesn't say that way. Okay, any other questions? That is it. So all of you got a basic idea of guarantee contract, right? With this, we will build on the concept slowly. First, let us learn the definition. Write down. Guarantee contract. Guarantee contract is a contract to perform the promise or discharge the liability of a third person in case of his default. So guarantee contract is a contract to perform the promise or discharge the liability of a third person in case of his default. Okay, shall we try to understand the definition now? Guarantee contract is a contract. So first of all, it should be a contract. A contract to do what? To perform the promise or discharge the liability. Who is promising? The director is promising that he will perform the company's promise or he will discharge company's liability. You understand? Guarantee contract is a contract to perform the promise or discharge the liability. Whose promise is it actually? It's actually the company's promise. Whose liability is it actually? The company's liability. That is why we say of a third person. Contract to perform the promise or discharge the liability of a third person. Now tell me, when will the director perform? When will the director perform company's promise? When will the director discharge company's liability? Only if the company defaults, isn't it? Only if the company does not repay, only if the company doesn't perform, only if the company doesn't discharge, only then surety will pay, only then director will pay. So that is why in case of his default. Now read the entire definition. Guarantee contract is a contract to perform the promise or discharge the liability of a third person in case of his default. Every word of a definition you understood now. Yes, one person, the director, the surety, he is promising that he will perform the company's promise. He will discharge the company's liability when, in case the company defaults. Come on, repeat the definition, learn up the definition right now. Contract to perform the promise or discharge the liability of a third person in case of his default. Contract to perform the promise or discharge the liability of a third person in case of his default. Mariam is asking, is third person always necessary to get a loan? No, Mariam, you don't always need guarantee to get a loan. Sometimes the banker will give a loan just if the company gives some security. For example, company will mortgage land to the banker. On the security of the mortgage, on the security of the land, bank will give loan to the company. This is just one. In guarantee contract, third person is required. You understood, Mariam? In guarantee contract, we need 3 people. I am not saying every loan there will be 3 people like that. Okay. Then Sharon is asking, company is a third party, right? Yes, Sharon. When I say third person, I'm talking about the company over here. It is a company's promise. It is a company's liability which the director will perform. All right, Sharon. And then Minu is asking, is it necessary that a person should be the surety? No, Minu, I did not understand your question. You can unmute yourself and get your question clarified. Any questions? Minu, what was your question? Minu is saying, guys, whenever you send a question, please don't send direct messages. Send questions to everyone, because then what happens is everyone will be able to see your doubt. Even they will be able to understand. That is if you're comfortable. If you're not comfortable sending the message to everyone, if you're feeling conscious, then it's okay. You can send a direct message. Otherwise, try sending the message to everyone, not just a direct message. Okay. Minu is asking us, is it always a person to be the surety or mortgage is enough? That's what I'm telling Minu. In a guarantee contract, you need surety. Okay, if there is a mortgage and on that basis, if the banker is giving loan, that is not guarantee. Guarantee means surety should be there. Mortgage was just one example I was saying, that sometimes banker will give a loan on the basis of mortgage. Sometimes banker will ask guarantee. Sometimes both also will be there. Okay, but right now we're talking about guarantee. Guarantee means surety has to be there. Surety has to give a guarantee. All right, that is about Minu's question. Then Sneha is asking us, is there any qualifications or any conditions to be fulfilled to become a surety, or anyone could be the surety? Sneha, anyone can become the surety, but obviously he should be a major, 18 plus. He should be a solvent. He should not be sound mind. He should not be unsound mind, and he should not be disqualified. See, there are 3 people who cannot enter into any contract. A minor cannot enter into a contract. A person who is of unsound mind means what? Insane person. He cannot be a party to a contract. Also, a person who is disqualified, even he cannot be a party to a contract. Disqualified, there is one list given in the law. For example, a person who is a convict. Convict means what? Who is in the jail. A person who is a convict, or a person who is an alien enemy. Who is an alien enemy? An alien enemy is a person who belongs to a country with that country, our country is on a war. For example, right now India is not on a war with anybody. But let us say in the future, India goes on a war with China. When India goes on a war with China, every Chinese fellow becomes what? Our alien enemy. So alien enemy are people of that country with which country our country is on a war. So convicts, persons who are alien enemy, they are disqualified. Persons who are insolvent. Who is an insolvent person? A bankrupt person. Insolvent person is a person whose assets are insufficient to pay liability. I have to pay you 1,000 rupees. I have only 600 rupees in my pocket. I become an insolvent person, a bankrupt person. So they are disqualified. So these three people cannot enter into any contract. So even the surety cannot be any of these. Parvati is talking about lunatics. Lunatics will get covered under unsound mind, Parvati. Lunatics are persons who are not having a sound mind. They are insane people. Gloria is talking about drunkards. Persons who are under the influence of alcohol. Persons who are under the influence of drugs. Even they come under unsound mind. For them, you will say temporary unsound mind. When they are under the influence of alcohol, when they are under the influence of drugs, at that time they cannot enter into a contract. When they are not under the influence of alcohol, that time they can enter into contracts. Their temporary unsound mind, that is. Okay, understood? Sneha, is your answer also, is your question also answered? Okay, so this is about the meaning of guarantee contract, one basic idea you have now. We have to learn up the definition of guarantee contracts right now. What is a guarantee contract? Come on, tell me. A contract to perform the promise or discharge the liability of a third person in case of its default. Once again, contract to perform the promise or discharge the liability of a third person in case of its default. Remember, it is somebody else's promise. It is somebody else's liability. Company's promise, company's liability. But company is defaulting, and that is why I have to perform. That is a guarantee contract. Contract to perform the promise or discharge the liability of a third person in case of its default. Okay, so all of you would have understood about the definition of guarantee contracts. Remember the three people: surety, creditor, and the principal debtor. Okay, now listen, some basic points about guarantee you should be aware of. First of all, tell me, contract means, does it have to be in writing? Or can it be oral contract also? What do you think? Any contract, if I say, does it have to be in writing or can it be oral contract also? Indian Contract Act allows both. It says contract may be in writing or it can be in oral. As per the law, it can be both. But today's age, if I'm going to enter into a contract with you, obviously what will we prefer? We will prefer written contract. But understand, remember that as per law, contract can be in writing or oral. So even indemnity contract, even guarantee contract can be both. It can either be in writing or it can be orally made. Both will be allowed. The only problem is that if I make the contract orally, then I'll have a problem. I won't be able to give evidence in the future. I won't be able to have any proof to substantiate my claim. That is why, while the law allows oral contract, preferably people always, choose written contracts, because then you will have proof, then you will have evidences. Okay, now listen to the next point. What is the subject matter of a guarantee contract? What is the subject matter of a guarantee contract? You tell me, would the director's guarantee even be there if this loan wasn't there? Would the director ever give a guarantee if this loan wasn't there? No, right? So what is the subject matter of this example? This loan over here, this would be the subject matter. You understand? So the subject matter of every guarantee contract, there would be some debt. This debt may be a monetary loan, but always understand that guarantee contract doesn't mean there has to be a loan. The debt may be also in the form of a promise. See, when we say debt, debt does not always mean a loan. Debt means a liability. And liability is not always money. Liability may also be some action. I'll give you one example to help you, get a broader picture of guarantee. The example which I gave you about director, banker, company, that is the most popular example of guarantee. Another example I will give you. Let us say I want to construct a house. Okay. Now I go to Parvati and I enter into a construction contract with Parvati. She is a construction contractor. Okay. She promises me that she will construct my house within 6 months. Now I am asking her, what is a guarantee you will construct it within 6 months? What if you don't construct within, what if you don't finish the construction within 6 months and all? I start questioning her. So what Parvati does is she brings her friend Minu into the story. Minu comes to me and Minu gives me a guarantee that don't worry, Parvati will finish the construction within 6 months. If Parvati does not finish the construction within 6 months, then you come to me. I will compensate you for the loss of time. I will give you some compensation. You understand? So here again, what happens? Minu becomes the surety. What will you call me? I will be the creditor and Parvati will be the principal debtor. So here, if you see, there is no loan at all. Minu is guaranteeing what? Parvati's performance. Parvati is going to finish the construction within 6 months. That Minu is guaranteeing. If Parvati does not finish within 6 months, then Minu will compensate me for the loss of time. That is a contract between us. So a guarantee contract, subject matter should be a debt. Debt doesn't mean it has to be a monetary loan. Even over here, between me and Parvati, there is a debt. What is a debt over here? The debt over here is Parvati's liability to finish construction within 6 months. So in every guarantee contract, there will be a subject matter which is a debt. That debt may be loan, may be a sum of money, or it may also be a promise. That is why if you look at the definition of guarantee contract, what does it say? Contract to perform the promise or discharge the liability. It may either be a monetary liability or it may be a promise. So that promise, that liability, that loan, that debt, that becomes the subject matter of guarantee. If this debt wasn't even there, would Minu have given the guarantee to me? No. So Minu is giving me a guarantee because Parvati is indebted to me to finish the construction within 6 months. Did you all understand my third point about guarantee? Yes, here there should be a subject matter and the subject matter will be debt. Okay, now listen to my fourth point. My fourth point is something which earlier they were not asking in the examination. Okay, so a lot of students would skip that point because that point was little difficult to understand. But if you look at the kind of questions that are being asked nowadays, they test even tiny points hidden in places. So with that in our mind, we are going to learn the next concept. It may be a part of your examination. Listen to me. Generally, the company gives guarantee commission to the surety. That's what I told you. Yes, see, I'll take the same example, okay? The banker is giving a loan to the company. Okay. And the director is giving a guarantee to the banker. So I call the director as my surety. I'll call the banker as my creditor, and I will call the company as the principal debtor. Okay. Now, generally, what happens is that the director gets some consideration in the form of guarantee commission. But remember that it is not always the case. Before I continue with this concept, I'll leave some gap over here and I'll come to another concept. In Contract Act, there is a rule. The rule says if there is no consideration, then there is no contract. There must always be some consideration or the other. It need not be adequate consideration, but something or the other I should be getting. Consideration means what? Consideration means something that we get in return. What is the mechanic's consideration? What is he getting? 1,000 rupees. What is my consideration? The repair of the car. Whatever I get in return, that is consideration. So if in a contract, there are two people, both the people should be getting consideration. If there is no consideration, then the contract becomes an invalid contract. But the Contract Act also gives us a list of exceptions. It gives us some 4 to 5 exceptions. In these exceptions, even though there is no consideration, in these exceptions, even though there is no consideration, the contract still remains a valid contract. Okay. In these exceptions, guarantee is not written, which means in guarantee, there should be consideration. You agree with me? Contract Act says no consideration, no contract. If there's no consideration, not a valid contract. But it gives us a list of exceptions. In those exceptional cases, even though there is no consideration, contract will still be considered as if it is a valid contract. But in this list of exceptions, guarantee contract is not written, which means, can I say guarantee contract will come under this rule? Can I say in guarantee contract, if there is no consideration, then it will be invalid contract? You agree with me? Come on, answer in the chat box. Yes, right, because guarantee is not written in this list. So guarantee, this rule will not apply. So obviously guarantee, which rule will apply? The main rule will apply. That is, if there is no consideration, there is no contract. So in guarantee, the surety should be getting some consideration. If surety doesn't get consideration, you will say invalid contract. So that is why what the law says is that surety generally gets consideration in the form of guarantee commission. Instead of the creditor giving commission, the principal debtor gives commission to the director in the form of guarantee commission. But then the law says, even if the surety does not get guarantee commission, we will assume that whatever benefit the principal debtor got, that itself becomes what? Consideration. Listen to me, this is a little confusing. I will come to all your questions after I finish this. So if you have a question, patience, everybody will understand. In the beginning, there will be some sort of discomfort, but you please be patient. We will all understand by the end of it. I'm trying to connect two concepts over here. Contract Act has two sentences. Sentence number 1, if there is no consideration, there is no contract. Sentence number 2, even though there is no consideration, still valid contract. But this will apply only in these 5 to 6 exceptions. But in these 5 to 6 exceptions, do we have guarantee? No. So guarantee, which rule will you apply? No consideration, no contract. Which means in guarantee contract, surety must get consideration. There has to be consideration. If no consideration, no contract. But then the Contract Act also knows that sometimes surety gets guarantee commission, sometimes he doesn't get guarantee commission. If he gets guarantee commission, great. He is having consideration. There is consideration, which means valid contract. But then the law also knows many times in guarantee, surety does not get guarantee commission. That is why what the law says is, if there is no guarantee commission, in all those cases, you make an assumption that whatever benefit the principal debtor got, that itself is surety's consideration. So if there is guarantee commission, the guarantee commission becomes consideration. If there is no guarantee commission, still there is consideration. In what form? The benefit which the principal debtor enjoyed, that itself will become surety's consideration. What is the benefit that principal debtor is enjoying? Because of the guarantee. Because of the guarantee, the principal debtor is enjoying the loan facility. Principal debtor is getting loan from the banker. That itself, that benefit itself, we will assume is surety's consideration. So if there is a guarantee commission, then that becomes the consideration. But if there is no guarantee commission, in that case, what are we going to assume? We are going to assume that there is consideration, but in what form? There is consideration, but in what form? Whatever the principal debtor enjoys, whatever is the principal debtor's benefit, we will assume that itself is the surety's consideration. Yes, Muhammad Ali, that benefit which the company enjoys, that becomes surety's consideration. Now, did you guys understand? Yes. So if there is no consideration, there is no contract in guarantee. If there is no consideration, there is no contract in guarantee. There has to be consideration. The consideration will either be in the form of guarantee commission, or the consideration will be in the form of benefit to the principal debtor. See, actually, if the company is getting a loan, actually, if you see, the director is not benefiting out of it. But the law is telling us, assume that company is enjoying benefit, that itself is director's benefit. Yes, Ananda Krishnan. You are right, Ananda Krishnan, what you're saying is correct. Navina is asking, how does someone else's benefit becomes his own consideration? Because law is saying that because law has not put guarantee under exceptions. If law had put guarantee under exceptions, it would have been simple. Instead of putting it under exceptions, they are making a loophole over here, that even if there is no commission, assume. Law is asking us to assume. Assume means what? Assume means in reality it is not director's consideration. That is why it is asking us to assume. When do we assume something? We assume something when the reality we don't know. We assume something when it is not the reality. In reality, director is not getting any benefit. In reality, if company is getting a loan, director is not benefiting out of it. Company is getting loan, it is not director's benefit. But we will assume, law is telling us to assume that company's benefit is surety's consideration. Any benefit, Muhammad Hadi, the answer to your question would be any benefit. Anything that the director gets will be his consideration. If he doesn't get consideration, you can assume that whatever benefit company is enjoying, that itself is the principal debtor's consideration. Simple as that. You understand? See, the loan is actually given to whom? The loan is actually given to the company only. Just a moment, guys. I'm sorry for the interruption, guys. So continuing, yes, Neha, what you're saying, what you've sent me last is perfect. We are assuming surety gets the benefit. In reality, loan is going to whom? Company only. Okay, so the reality is that banker is giving loan to the company, director is giving guarantee to the banker. If the director gets guarantee commission, great. If he doesn't get guarantee commission, then we will assume that whatever benefit company is getting, company only is getting the benefit. We will assume that director is happy with that itself. We will assume that director is happy with the fact that the company is getting the benefit. And that itself is consideration for him. That loan is not coming to the director. Loan is going to the company only. Company only is getting the benefit. But that benefit which the company is enjoying, we will assume that director is happy with that consideration itself. That is what the Contract Act says. So the Contract Act says benefit to the principal debtor is sufficient consideration for surety. The fact that principal debtor is getting a benefit out of his guarantee, that itself is enough for the director. Now tell me, any other questions? Anybody else who still doesn't understand? Anybody else? Mohammed, Hadi, Navina, Anand Krishnan, Sneha, are you all clear now? It is an assumption that the law is asking us to make, because we don't want the contract to become invalid just because surety is not getting consideration. One side Contract Act is saying no consideration, no contract. At the same time, Contract Act does not want guarantee contract to become invalid because there is no consideration. That is why Contract Act is saying in guarantee contract, make assumption and close the story. Make assumption that principal debtor's benefit only is surety's consideration also. Got it now? Come on, give me an answer. Anybody who hasn't understood? Only 5 or 6 yeses I received. What about everybody else? All understood, right? Yes, it is an assumption. We are going to assume. All right. If you have understood, let me give you a sentence. Listen to my sentence very carefully and tell me whether you think my sentence is true or false. Okay? Just listen to my sentence very carefully. I'm going to twist this sentence. I'm going to try to confuse you. Let us see if you get confused. Exceptions to no consideration, no contract doesn't apply to guarantee. Wait, I won't have space to finish the sentence over here. So I'll copy this to a new page. Exceptions to no consideration, no contract doesn't apply to guarantee. In a guarantee contract, even though actual consideration doesn't exist for the surety, contract still remains a valid contract. What do you think? Is my entire sentence true? Each word over here, did you understand? Exceptions to no consideration, no contract don't apply to guarantee, which means in guarantee, we need consideration. Only if there is consideration, there will be a valid contract. But even though actual consideration is not there, it will still be a valid contract. How? Because we will assume that whatever benefit the principal that are enjoyed, that itself is surety's benefit. Last sentence. Can I say directly or indirectly, there is always some consideration in a guarantee contract for surety? Tell me, what do you think about this sentence now? Is this also true according to you? Yes, perfect. Directly means it will be in the form of guarantee commission. Indirectly means it will be in the form of assumption. What is the assumption? Principal debtor's benefit itself will be surety's consideration. Okay, now listen. After you have learned all this, I'm very sure some of you after class will want to open your study material. First class, no. So you don't trust me right now. So some of you will still want to open your study material and you will want to check whether ma'am has covered everything or not. Some policemen will be there in this class, I'm very sure. So when you look at guarantee in your study material, you will find one example. Okay. And some 5 or 6 doubts I will get today on WhatsApp, I know. So to avoid that, I'm telling you what the doubt will be and I'm solving the doubt here itself. Everybody listen. In your study material, I don't remember the exact words of the example, but you will find one example in which it will be written that surety gets no consideration. Will it be a valid contract? What will your answer be? Yes or no? You know what answer will be written in your study material? It will be written, will it be a valid contract? No, invalid contract. See, listen, when the question itself tells us that there is no consideration, question itself is telling us that there is no consideration. It means question itself is telling us that there is no guarantee commission also. There is no guarantee commission also. There is no benefit for principal debtor also. Question itself is telling us that there is no consideration. What is a rule? No consideration means no contract. Instead of saying no consideration, if the question said like this, that principal debtor did not get anything directly from the creditor, principal debt, if the question said surety did not get direct consideration from creditor, surety did not get direct consideration from principal debtor, will it be a valid contract? There you will say yes, it will be a valid contract. We will assume principal debtor enjoyed a benefit. But if the question says no consideration, blank statement, straightforward blanket statement is there, no consideration. No consideration means no contract only. Okay, so how not to get confused? In your notebooks, write down this question number 1. Write down as I call out. Surety does not get direct consideration from creditor or principal debtor. Is this a valid guarantee contract? For this, what will your answer be? For this question, what will your answer be? For this, tell me, for this question, what will your answer be? Is this a valid contract? Valid. Because they're saying they're just talking about direct consideration. Direct consideration is not there, but even one indirect consideration is possible. What indirect consideration? Benefit for the creditor, that is possible. So we will write down as assuming that principal debtor has enjoyed a benefit, and that benefit is consideration. That benefit is consideration for surety, comma, the above contract is valid contract. They are saying that there is no direct consideration, but they did not say anything about the indirect consideration. This is the indirect consideration, right? Principal debtor enjoyed benefit. That itself is surety's consideration. That is the indirect consideration. They spoke only about direct consideration. So we'll assume indirect consideration is there, and hence we'll say contract is a valid contract. Okay. Now listen to my question number 2. Question number 2 says, surety does not get consideration from creditor or principal debtor. Is this a valid guarantee contract? They've made a blanket statement. He does not get consideration. They are not talking about direct consideration, indirect consideration. They are saying no consideration. No consideration means they are saying that direct consideration also is not there, indirect consideration also is not there. Indirect consideration will exist only if principal debtor gets some benefit, isn't it? So they are saying no direct consideration also, principal debtor also did not get a benefit. Then what will you say? Here you will say not a valid contract because there is no consideration. No consideration, no contract. When the question itself tells us that there is no consideration, it is not leaving us any scope to assume. But when the question just talks about direct consideration, it is leaving scope for us to assume that there is indirect consideration. That is a logic you have to follow. When the question says there is no consideration, it is not leaving us any scope to assume. No consideration means direct consideration also not there, indirect consideration also not there. But when the question just talks about direct consideration, it is leaving us scope to assume that there is indirect consideration. Now is this clear for everybody? Now no confusions, right? This is a little complicated concept. It does take some time to understand this, but I hope you have all understood it in crystal clear clarity by now. Yes, Rishabh, there are some times when the creditor also pays consideration to the surety. There are times when, you know, the banker wants to give a loan to the company because banker will get interest. There might be some professional sureties. Professional sureties as in people whose work is to give guarantee. Okay, for example, let's say I'm into a business wherein I give guarantee to bankers. That is, whenever the banker has to borrow a loan, whenever the banker has to lend a loan to someone, I will assess that person. I will assess the borrower. I will see whether, you know, how is the borrower, whether the borrower has good business, whether he has a good future or not, what is he going to use the money or for, what is going to be his projected profits. I will estimate. If I think that, you know, there is no risk in giving guarantee for his loan, I may go and give a guarantee to the banker. So sometimes, yes, even the creditor gives consideration to the surety. It will depend. It will depend upon the contract between surety, principal, debtor, and creditor. It will depend upon who is bringing the surety into the picture. If banker is bringing a surety into the picture, then banker will give commission. If company is bringing surety into the picture, company will give commission. So there are chances. You are right. Rishabh is right. There are chances when, but rare scenarios where even the creditor may give commission to the surety. That would depend upon the contract. How is it worded between them? All right. So that is it for today. Shall we close here for now? Okay. We will meet again tomorrow. Tomorrow again, I think we have a class, same timing only. So we will meet again tomorrow. All right. And the link to your Telegram channel, I'll send it in some time to Linda, and I'll ask her to send it across to you all. So today's class, we first learned about indemnity, the definition of indemnity, the different parties in an indemnity, liability of indemnifier, rights of indemnified, all those concepts we have studied. And then we started learning about consideration, about guarantee. Under guarantee, we haven't finished guarantee. We have learned about the definition. We have learned about the subject matter of guarantee. And then we have learned about consideration. Okay, I hope you guys enjoyed your session today. We'll close here. We'll meet again tomorrow at the same time. Thank you, guys.